Hype train soon. Hog. Wait, guys. I don't want to do any hinting. I don't want to do any pushing. I don't want to encourage anybody to do nasty, but you know, I wouldn't want to miss. I wouldn't want to miss the train. Omega CIA with those 47 months.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought?
And then Vicken with the big dick 70
Imagine
months.
missing a hype train.
Yo, is that the wait?
Hey,
Is that the train right there? A lot
look
of
at
tier
us.
one.
Huh?
Bro.
Who would have thought?
Appreciate you.
Not me.
Wait, Golden Kappa train? No way! Wait! Chat! No way! We got the Golden Kappa
Holy
train?
moly.
Wait,
Toot
chat.
toot baby E.
This is actually huge. Okay, chat. If you guys don't know, a Golden Kappa train,
us.
this is extremely rare business. Oh my God.
Look at us.
Right
Huh?
now,
Who would have thought?
right
Not
now,
me.
if you sub or give bits, you get
Look at us.
you
Hey.
get a Golden
us. Look at
Kappa.
us.
This is your
Huh? Who would've
only
thought?
chance.
Not me.
I've never been a part of this before. I have legit. I've never even been in a stream
us.
before.
Hey,
where
Look at us.
where the
Huh?
Golden
Who would've
Kappa
thought?
happened. This is
Not me.
crazy. This is crazy. I can't believe, yo,
Look at us.
guys, you
Hey.
get to have the
Look at us.
Golden
Look at
Kappa.
us. Huh? Who would have thought?
Thank you for
Not
the
me.
gifted sub, Sleazy. Number with the tier 1
Buy
for 9 months.
yourself
Jalen
something
MK
nice.
with the 14 months. Thank you. 24 months. 34 months. Thank you so much. Young Stars, 13 months. Thank you, bro. Sleazy, all right, thank you. Hoodie Man, thank you so much for the gift sub.
I believe
Bro.
in Valve supremacy.
Bro, guys, this is huge. I'm drinking the purple Kool-Aid right now. Yo, Real King Jan with the tier 1. Let's fucking go. Fatal Baptist with the 100 bits twice. So that's 200 bits. You guys get to have a golden. This is actually crazy. Twitch, you got me, boy. You got me by the balls, Twitch.
Valve supremacy.
Get the Golden Kappa, chat. Come
Get
on.
the Golden Kappa.
Get the Golden Kappa. MK with the gifted sub. Thank you, MK. King's Eye with the gifted sub. Thank you, King's Eye. Woohoo! Thank y'all. Retro Wolf with the 100 bits.
Hooray.
Hooray! Indian. Oh, God.
We're so back. You hurrah. You hurrah. You hurrah. You hurrah. You hurrah. You hurrah.
You. Yo, chat, we have never been this back before. We're opening stream with a gold. Bro, we're opening stream with a Golden Kappa train. I can't stress this enough. I have never been in, not even my own stream. I've never been in a stream with the Golden Kappa going off ever. This is my first time.
I believe in Valve supremacy.
Young Stars with the 5. Bang! From fucking half court. From fucking half court with the 5er. Bang! We need some music, bro. What's some good chat? What's some good music? Chat, what's some good music? Price is Right theme? I bet. All right, boys. Wait, no, I need the 10-hour version.
I believe in Valve supremacy.
All right, I see Jalen C with a gifted sub for the level 5 Golden Kappa train. You don't want to miss this. You don't want to get your very own for the first time ever in your miserable lives. A Golden Kappa. You can use this in any channel you want to and flex across millions. You can go to XQC's chat. You go to my chat. You can go to Pokemon's chat. You can go to your favorite ASMR chatter and put the Golden Kappa. Okay? You can put the Golden Kappa. Can you believe that we're in this place? Boneless XL is a regular in this channel, but unfortunately is broke. So he cannot afford a sub. So if you want to help out a fellow member of the chat, Boneless XL is right there. You're not gonna leave a fellow Diamond Dog diamondless. No diamond chain. He looks pathetic. He looks pathetic over there. Someone's got him. I don't know who, but someone's got him. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Number cruncher. Hooray! Hooray! Bang! Number cruncher, blessed and boneless. Blessed and boneless. You just saved that individual. And Zinji with the gifted sub to K Crimson Flash. This is a community. This is a community. This is love. This is, you know what? If we get 5 more gifted subs, I'm taking a shot. No, I'm kidding. 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 As a gift COS, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The one true Mike with the no. Okay, if we get 5 gifted subs, I won't take a shot because you're making me do it, but because I'm so excited, I would want to celebrate with alcohol. That's different. That's different. That's different. You're not paying me to do it. I'm just doing it because I'm so elated with excitement. You know, chat. If you don't know what's happening right now, we have a golden Kappa train. You know something true? A golden Kappa train. There was I looked it up. There was a 0.5% chance of this happening in my stream. Okay. You know how many times I've streamed, chat, and we'd have hype trains, and I've never even seen this before. There's a 0.5% chance of this happening, and guess what? You were here. Don't miss out. You ain't have to get the sub. 100 bits, and you get a golden Kappa? We all love Kappa.
I believe in Balvin.
Yo, Zan Sex with the gifted sub to 10 Billies. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. And Scoobs with the gifted sub to our favorite chatter, Cosmo Bat 27. We all love them. Can we see a level? I know the economy is hard right now. Okay, I know the economy. Crawdad with the 100. Thank you so much, bro. I know the economy is hard right now, guys. But could we maybe see a level 6? I don't know. Samurai Rush with the gifted sub to Kuro. Hooray! Hooray! Vega with the 5 for the level 7 golden Kappa train. Bang! Muffin Man Tommy got one, and Beanie Boy. They're our favorite chatters. Who could forget about Muffin Man? What up, Ars? Chat.
I believe in Balvin.
My boy Sleazy getting that gifted sub to Leah Living. Shout out to Leah Living, man. Leah's a longtime viewer. Did that person even follow me?
Local Brokey attempting to add to the golden scam
No, Leah
train.
Living does not follow me. So I don't know how Leah Living, but yo, shout out to Leah though. Shout out Leah though. She probably cool as hell. Shout out Leah. Hey, Odd God with the 100 bits, thank you, bro. Ember, 100 bits, and YOLO Not Really with the 200 bits. Congratulations on locking in your golden fucking Kappa. Congratulations on this is huge, not just for me, but for you guys. I'm so thankful to be able to bless my awesome community with a golden Kappa. And if you don't know what a golden Kappa is, a golden Kappa essentially means that you're gonna get a girlfriend in 24 hours.
I believe in Balvin.
The Connorable one, giving that tier 1 sub to Kwan Ye Jun. Thank you, Connorable one. Thank you. Plunder with the primer.
Run away.
Look at us. Huh? Who would've
With the
thought?
primer
Not
in
me.
chat. If you guys need any reason to gift subs or bits beyond the golden Kappa, you see what I'm wearing right here? This is no regular jersey. This is a jersey that I got for raising money for charity.
Look at us.
Guys,
It's
Hey,
NFL football
I-
season.
Look at us.
Time
I
alone so
I
fuck
was
the
in
Dallas
top
Cowboys.
10 fundraiser stream for Destiny 2. And they sent me this for Gaming to Give. So I'm a good person. Therefore, you're giving your money to a good person, to a good cause. Because I will one day pay it forward. Yes, I'm using my good actions as a means to get money back. Sue me. Ninga with the 19 months Prime. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for the primer. Plunder, your girlfriend will be there in roughly 24 hours of fresh shipping.
Look at us.
Jose,
Big time geeky
Look
member.
at us.
big
Who
geeky,
would've thought?
big geeky
Not
with
me.
the 13 months. Thank you, bro. Sincere with the 100 bits. That golden Kappa train is trying to take off, guys. It's trying. Hey, chat. It's trying to take off, guys. You don't want to get left behind. All right. You don't want to get left behind. First time chatter. How you doing? How you doing? That's fucking. That's the fucking. That's the gif of. That's the gif of. That's the fucking gif of Leland doing the. That's the fucking gif of Leland doing the Diddy dance. That's so fucking. I didn't recognize what it was, so I looked at it and I was like, man, the culture, yeah, I know. I'm tapped in. I'm tapped in. But you guys know what else I'm tapped into? The golden Kappa train. Guys, we can get to level 7. I'll do a fucking backflip out of my window. I don't know, guys. Listen. Wait. We hit 600 sub points. Yes. 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 Woohoo! We're so up. Now listen, not to alarm anybody, but the golden Kappa train is taking off the station soon. I would not want to get left behind. Love Cirrus with the 5 gifted bag. We're at 87%, chat. 30 seconds left. Can we see level 7? We're so Afro Oddity with the 5. Level 6 sub goal has been met. Golden Kappa train level 6. Bang! Dopamine, 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 dopamine. Mike Green, bang! That's some shot clock cheese. Such a goofy ass. It's such a goofy ass stream opening. It's such a goofy ass way to open up the stream. But hey, bro. Hey, Eisen
Look at
with the
us.
6
Yippee.
months.
Look at us.
Yippee!
Look at us.
Thank
Who
you,
would've
Eisen, for
thought?
6 months.
Not
bro.
me.
Nah, for real. Thank y'all for all the subs for real. But actually, you're welcome. Because that means when you leave this chat today, you can go to your favorite streamer and put that golden Kappa in there and flex. All right? You can flex. Because guess what? That golden Kappa is exclusive to you and you only. I'm going to lie here. We might be the only channel on Twitch right now at a golden Kappa. Fuck it, I'm lying now. We might be. Look, you can't prove it. Teflon with the gifted
I
sub to
believe in
Daphius
Valve
Bark.
supremacy.
Thank you, Teflon. Hey, listen, chat. If you're going to gift subs, it's a couple of niggas in here with no diamond chain. You ain't got to gift the random one out. So, press 1 right now if you're chainless. Press one right now if you have no diamond. If you ain't got no diamond next to your name, if you ain't got no 4PF chain, press 1. Okay, well, you're just lying. Wait, okay, hold on. Listen, guys, Faint Kitten is basically here every damn stream. They definitely are in that. And Patty, we learned that Patty in my last stream, guys, Patty is like low-key my coolest viewer that I have now, guys. She is 60 years old. That is the coolest and craziest shit. I still can't believe that is true. So I'm just saying, if you guys need a person to give If you guys need a person to give that diamond chain to, I know there's some good candidates in there. There's some good candidates in there. Hoodie Man with the gifted sub to.
I believe in Balvin supremacy.
Thank you, Hoodie. 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 Appreciate that. You guys, they were being very weird by not gifting a sub, Hoodie, but you took up the mantle, and I appreciate that. I really do. Also, I do want to say, for any of my mobile viewers that are concerned about the mobile sub price increase, here. Wait a minute. I need. Where's the
I believe in Balvin supremacy.
where's the sub button at? Okay, I am
believe in
subbed in all
Balvin
these chats, and where's the chat I'm not subbed in? There's a link that you can. There's a link you can make to send it, like Ashley with the gifted sub and Red Dragon. Wait, I missed those. Wait, whoa, I missed those. I was reading shit. Yo, Red Dragon MX with the gifted sub to Fang Kid, and thank you, Red Dragon, and Ashley with the gifted sub. Oh wow, oh wow. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. Shout out Red Dragon, bro. I ain't seen you in a minute, twin. Well, I have. We talked about this last time. The schedule changes, I know. But thank you, twin. I appreciate you. I'm simping. Listen, I can't blame you. I would simp over me too. I can't even judge you. I can't even judge you. I take it back. Don't be weird. Level 7 Golden Kappa train. If you missed out, you fucking missed out. If you missed out, you fucking missed out. If you didn't miss out, post your Golden Kappas. If you got that Golden Kappa, post your Golden Kappa. Post it. I want to see all them. I want to see all them Golden Kappas, bro. This was my first ever Golden Kappa train. This was my first. Shout out, bro. If you got the golden, put your motherfucking Golden Kappas up. This is so fire. This is so fire. We did it. 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 Okay. Well, and we hit the sub goal, chat. We're currently sitting at 607 subs. This is actually huge for the tour. This is actually like this for the tour. This is truly massive. So now it's time to raise that new sub goal. You got your subs, your sims. All you need is a yacht. Yacht coming soon. Doing a yacht party at DreamCon next year, guys. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. I'm only allowing 3 niggas in though. I'm only allowing in 3 niggas. 700 subs for the there's no fuck a fan contest. Shout out the interns working overtime, bro. I appreciate y'all. All right, anyways. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hoodie Man, you know what's funny? I would have called you a real nigga until I found out you were British. You've been cosplaying this entire time. You've been cosplaying this entire time, and you've broken my ankles. Have a good stream. Thanks for the content. Ashley, see, this is why I like you, right? Because you're nice. You got niggas in here like Hoodie Main and Arse and Odd God and Strap the Goon that at a moment's notice, I'm getting armed. Right? At a moment's notice, I fuck up, I'm getting armed. They're gonna arm me. I ain't never seen Hoodie Man say thank you before for a stream. Ever. What y'all questioning mark for? You're very armable. What does that mean? You see what I'm saying? This is better than TV. You see what I'm saying? I love you doesn't count. No, bruh. A lot of people say they love me. It don't mean nothing. A lot of people say that. Anybody can say that. Crazy Glaze, you're just mad that no one likes you. I'm kidding, Strap. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's not true. No, that's not true. I'm gonna be nicer to Strap this year. Because Strap is a consistent viewer. He's also an intern, so he's on the clock. Yo, what up, fuck butt? What up, bro? How is that your name? How is that your name? How is fuck butt VIP that man? How is yo, what up fuck butt? What up fuck butt? Sorry to put all this attention on you being here for like a minute, you know what I'm saying? But your name just caught me off guard. Chat, is this real? Give him VIP. That'd be funny. I got some W trolls in here. I got too many trolls in here. But hey, you can troll. Listen, as long as y'all niggas on your intern shit, then go crazy. You know what I'm saying? And by intern, chat, what intern means is that they make TikToks for me. Unpaid. Here's the thing though. They could quit tomorrow and it wouldn't matter. Right? Like, I wouldn't press them.
Look at us.
You know,
I was confused why I was getting ad spell.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Dose, thank you for the 17 months Prime. I appreciate that. And Dez, thank you for gifting that sub to Fuckbutt. Thank you for giving that sub to Fuckbutt. Oh yeah, nah, Arse. Like if y'all quit making TikToks, I won't like be mad. I'll just find where you live and kill you. Did you just mew? Ashley, I just said I liked you. All right. Please don't. Please. Let's try to tame the brain rot. Okay. It's time. Let's try to tame the brain rot. You know what I mean? Do I mew? Chat, do I mew? Hold on. Do I mew, guys? I feel like I might mew. I feel like we're Costco guys. Little bit sometimes. It's the braids. When is Balvin announcing voice acting? Hey, listen, bro. Listen. I need to voice act in something by the end of next year. Okay, that's crazy. Listen, if I'm not a voice actor by next year, then I think I'm done. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Can I do some voice acting right now? Sure. What do you want me to do? That's an Ohio goal. Guys, don't make me hate y'all. Don't make me hate y'all. Don't make me hate y'all. Can you do guts? Oof. I don't know what guts sounds like. This is very skibbity. Riz up those studios. 30 years old, by the way. 30 years old. Can you do Goku? Hey, it's me, Goku. Krillin. That nigga Cell strong as hell. What should we do? All right, Gohan. I have to go. Take care of Chi-Chi for me, all right? But, Father, I can't do it without you. Gohan, we trained for this, remember? All right, see you later. Father! Frieza? Oof. Well, hello, monkey. That's a first time chatter. What's up, fam? Hey, welcome in, bro. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my chat. They wanted me to, do a Frieza impression. Hope you didn't hear that. Okay, you know what, chat? Oh, so we're the monkeys? We're all monkeys. All right? Ape together strong. Ape together strong. Do it again with more hate. Gotta get in the character. I got you, bro. Wait. Okay, chat. This is the segment of the day, guys. This is today's segment, guys. This is our opening stream up. All right. So we're gonna listen. All right. So let's hear Frieza first, right? Let's hear Frieza. Let's hear Frieza.
Hello, monkeys.
Wait, y'all hear it? Was it quiet? Wait. It's not quiet, right? Why is it so quiet? It's not mad quiet.
Hello, monkeys.
All right, so boom. So now.
Hello, monkeys.
So now we're gonna mute it. Hello, monkeys.
I believe in Balvin supremacy.
Yo, Spaceman Funk with the 5. Let's go. Rewarding me for good content. Thank you, twin. Thank you, twin. Bang. Thank you, twin. Thank you, twin. Thank you, twin. I followed you when you were at Ashley. I know I was following Chaos. I'm not even that chaotic, bro. I'm low key mad chill. You just coming in on a, it's a pretty. I don't know how to explain myself. I don't know how to explain myself. I just be doing shit. Balvin is not chill. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see what Art's like.
Broly, look! Niggas be wildin'!
I got it. I got this. Broly, look! Niggas be wildin'! Hold on, wait. I got y'all. Wait a minute. I got y'all. Wait. I got y'all. I got y'all. got you.
I shot right at. What? I missed? But how could I? I shot right at him.
You make Boo mad! Boo want perks! You make Boo geek! Boo wanna tweak out! You make Boo angry! Give Boo Percocet!
What are we going to do? We're going to...
What? Did I see a Rick? Yo, okay. I just got Rick rolled. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? I just get Rick rolled. Wait, listen. Hold on. Now I got wait. Majin Buu quotes. I think I funnily enough have a pretty decent Majin Buu impression. Like it's bad, but it's really funny, right? Or I guess Fat Buu is what they call him nowadays. I grew up he was Majin Buu, but now he's apparently Fat Buu, according to the world. I can't even find any Majin Buu like clips of him like talking. This nigga has the entire 30-minute fight of Vegeta and Majin Buu.
You know fun, he's a bad guy, man!
You know fun! I hate niggas like you, Vegeta! You ugly and stupid!
You know fun, he's a bad guy, man!
You go bye-bye now! You make Boo angry! Boo make you go bye-bye!
Fun, he's a bad guy!
Boo want a Xanax!
Okay. Yeah, I'm mentally ill. I'm not gonna lie. I'm mentally ill. So, wait, what does a Super Boo sound like? He has a deep voice, right?
Yes, he can be ready in 1 hour if that's okay. Please, Boo.
What's an hour? How long is it?
When all the sand has fallen to the bottom, 1 hour will be up.
No way!
Why not? What's an hour? It's no—
Loudmouth girl, you should die.
I forgot.
Loudmouth.
It's no big. What's an hour? It's no big deal. Unless you're scared. Is that it, Boo?
Loudmouth girl, you should die.
Yo, I do not remember him telling Videl that she should just die. I don't remember. I don't.
Wait, that girl is Mr. Satan's daughter! 1 hour, she's asking Mr. Satan's girl, not us, her!
It's true, her scent, it's like his. Very well. This Majin Buu will wait 1 hour. Then I will kill you all.
This spawned the one of the funniest memes and one of the greatest. Wait, no, wait, guys, wait, that's the meme. Wait, guys, that's the picture. That's the picture, guys. Why does Piccolo sound like Vegeta here? They're the same voice actor, right? Piccolo and Vegeta is but it's the same nigga, right? Yeah, that's why it's not, you know. Once you figure out or once you learn they're the same voice actor, they sound the exact same. Yeah, once you learn that, you kind of can't unhear it. They sound extremely similar after you first learn that information. Then you're like, oh shit, wait, they sound the exact same.
Griffith! Griffith!
What? Why? You want me to say Griffith? Griffith?
Griffith!
Damn, that guy voice got gravelly. Griffith. That nigga's voice got gravelly as shit. You know what's funny? I don't think that I would really need to lock in to voice act, man, because I don't think my voice is that good. I think I can do one. I'd have to do a lot of training and a lot of like vocal, I don't know, the practices or whatever the fuck to really get good at other voices. Because I think I have one bag. No, I have 2 bags. I have 3 bags. I have default soldier number 1. I have some captain or some leader. And then I have Majin Buu. That's all that I've got. Is those 3. I can do a real good, all right, sir, yes, sir. You know, I could do I've done this on stream before a million times though. Remember the Barrett impression? Remember the Barrett impression? All right, Cloud. Wait. Where the fuck these niggas at? Listen here, Jive Turkey. We ain't got time for this lollygagging. You gotta find Cloud. God damn, that's a thick mama right there. All right, here I go. All right, Cloud. Let's do this. Talking about the Earth and your daughter. I've never played this game before, so I don't actually know what he says. Wait, actually, I have an idea. Barrett voice lines.
Should I do the voices?
I don't think you should do.
That's not what I thought this was. Let's see. The best of Barrett. Or no. Barrett.
You don't look so good. Take care of those wounds before you bleed out. Gonna throw your sword at them? Let the man with the gun go to work. These tin cans ain't got nothing on me.
These tin cans ain't got nothing on me.
Now for the real show. Oh yeah?
For the real show.
How about I aim for your head? Do your job, Merc.
Do your job, Merc.
That's an order. Huh? We can take this hunk of junk. Is that right? Hey, it stopped moving.
You stopped moving.
Of course. It just had to get back up.
You just had to get back up.
You need to tell me twice.
I don't need to tell me twice.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
That makes sense. Enjoy this.
Let's keep up the pressure.
Let's keep up the pressure.
Got anything you want to say? Funny way to ask for help.
Y'all gassing. Y'all niggas y'all are gassing so crazy. Y'all niggas is gassing so crazy. Y'all niggas is gassing so crazy.
Get off! Don't just stand there. Help me out, damn it!
Don't just stand there. Help me out, damn it!
I mean, if you need my help.
I mean, if you need my help.
This is coming out of your pay, Merc. Think it's time to bring out the big guns.
Think it's time to bring out the big guns.
We don't have time for this shit. The clock's ticking. Hey, time to bring out the big guns. We don't have time for this shit. The clock's ticking.
I'm gonna do it at the same time as him. Hold on.
Think it's time to bring out the big guns. We don't have time for this shit. The clock's ticking. Hey, time to bring out the big guns. We don't have time for this shit. The clock's ticking. Hey, time to bring out the big guns. We don't have time for this shit. The clock's ticking. Hey, how the hell do we fight this thing? Huh? No other option, huh?
Huh? No other option, huh?
Hell yeah! You see the damage I did?
Hell yeah! You see the damage I did?
We barely scratched the damn thing. Thought you were full of shit. Course, I know how to use materia. What?
Thought you were full of shit.
What kind of stupid question is that? What? Quit rushing me. Gotta win this one for the planet. No holding back.
No holding back.
Pretty quick for a heap of scrap.
Pretty quick for a heap of scrap.
You turning tail on me, Merc? Hey.
I'm done. I can't do this though. Y'all gassed it. I'm gonna have to hear it. I'm gonna have to hear it back. But see, I think I can do those voices really well, right? The exaggerated, loud. Send these clips to Sai. You know what's funny? Every time I tweet about voice acting stuff, Sai always likes to tweet. You know, he always likes to tweet. He always does. It's funny. And I've talked to him about it before privately. Maybe, I don't know, man. Nigga, that's you? Y'all, I gotta hear it back, bro. Did someone clip that shit? I got one for you. All right, bro, send that. What is this? Let me see. I want to see you try. Oh, Coltrane? Oh, I love Gears of War. What is this? Bayonetta.
So sure know how to get attention.
This guy's voice is deep as shit. Hold on.
Those assholes sure know how to get attention.
Those assholes sure know how to get attention.
Even perk the ears of the hotheads down.
Even perk the ears of the hotheads down home.
Oh.
You don't say.
It's getting harder and harder to tell the worlds apart.
Damn, this guy's voice is deep as hell.
Human world.
Human world.
Inferno.
Inferno.
Paradiso.
Paradiso.
Who can tell the difference?
Who can tell the difference?
Even harder with Purgatorio in the middle. Fight long enough in there and you'll really lose sight. Why the sudden interest in metaphysics?
It's a balance, right?
It's a balance, right?
Even if some of them like messing around with the humans, we've all got a stake in the status quo. But people keep fucking around like this, the Book of Revelations is gonna look like Mother Goose. Around like this, the Book of Revelations is gonna look like Mother Goose. Heaven and hell are gonna go straight for each other's throats.
Heaven
it sounded the same because I was layered on top of him.
and hell can tear each other to pieces for all I care. I've got my own problems to worry about.
Something's up. Everything was a bit too brazen.
See, I would love to voice a character like this though. I think this is my only bag. I'd be a very one-trick pony in voice acting because I would like I wouldn't go for anything. Man, hold up. I wouldn't do any. Man, what's Sai doing? Is Sai home? I'm gonna call him. Hey Sai, give me your honest opinion on this. Hold on, I want to wait. Coltrane voice lines. I want to hear Coltrane voice lines.
Tick, 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 tick. We got all day. What you gonna do? You gonna move your ass or what, son? I'm losing blood. I can't feel my legs. I can't
This
move.
nigga voice deep as fuck.
Move. Come get me. Could use some help. Try eating some cement, sucker.
Try eating some cement, sucker.
Cute how they fall.
Cute how they wait.
Damn! Try to eat some cement, sucker. Cute how they fall. Damn! Did you see that?
Damn!
Dig in, baby. We going into overtime.
We going in overtime.
Need no crosshairs.
I don't need no crosshairs.
Oh, eat dirt.
Whoa!
Enemy
dirt.
spotted.
Enemy spotted.
He spotted.
Enemy
Oh, yeah,
spotted.
I got enough for all of y'all. Find the hole. Yeah, and fragged him. Game on, baby. Get back in the game. Glad to be on this team. Good shot. Hey, got one, baby. Oh, shit, I got some on me. Here
I don't think I could do this nigga voice that good. He's too animated.
comes some more. Hey, man, what you doing? Hey. Down in front. That one's for the highlight reel. Let's hide outside. I can't die. Mama said I can't die.
Wait, okay, I'm about to cry. Hold on.
I can't get there.
I can't get there.
Do that all day long.
I could do that all day long.
I will take that. I will
take that.
take those.
I will take
I'm in the
those.
zone, baby.
I'm in the zone, baby.
Incoming
Incoming
It's
frag.
never nap time, baby. It's up, it's in. Are
It's
you
up, it's in.
kidding me? You're learning, grasshopper.
You're learning, grasshopper.
Locked and loaded, baby. Lucas!
I gotta play these games again on stream, bro. I gotta play these games again on stream, bro. Nah. Hey, I've legit people to this day. I've had people that had no idea who I was find me purely on find me purely off of that FF7 Barrett video where I was just doing Barrett impressions, and I had never played the game before. That was like a random offshoot clip where I wanted to do a Barrett impression without knowing what he sounded like for real. And I tweeted it, and that shit blew up, and everybody and their mama was like, "Bro, I thought this was actually him. I thought it was him. I thought it was him. I thought it was him. Bro, this is so good." And every time I post anything on Twitter in regarding my voice, people always, dude, that Mecha Break video, which was literally polar opposite to what I've done in any other regard, people thought that I was legit the VA in the game. And people thought it was a bad, there were some people that thought it was a bad English anime dub. And it was me talking. And guess what I was trying to sound like? A bad English anime dub. Like, mission fucking successful. All right, here we go. Wait, hold on, bro. That is the only one that I think genuinely I sound good whenever I do. The fucking, all right, here we go. Locked and loaded. All right, for my friends. God, I can't quit now. Powering on. Need healing. Requesting backup. That's the thing though, is I do just need an indie game or an indie. I need like representation or some shit as a content creator in general. Because I feel like I don't get a lot of looks that a lot of other niggas get. I should have been in a game years ago. Can I be honest? I should have been in a video game years ago. With this voice, with this voice that I have, even voice, like, even whenever I'm not in voice acting mode, even me just talking in my regular tone, in my regular cadence like this, bro, I would be a perfect merchant. I'd be a perfect big 6'4", deep voice, brolic archetype. I'd be perfect. It's literally me. But, you know, one day. I think what I should genuinely do, I should just post on Twitter. Right? No, I'm not 6'4". I'm saying I could sound 6'4". I should just post on Twitter like, hey, if you need voice work, I do a really good, but I have to word it I have to do it in a joking way, because if I don't do it in a joking way, I'm going to be too embarrassed if it flops. Like, I have to put it out in a joking fashion because I can't deal with the embarrassment that if it doesn't hit the way that I want it to do, that I'm like, oh, well, me. Well, this is kind of embarrassing. I put myself out there and I couldn't do it. And then niggas like, bro, this shit is ass. You know what's funny though? About that? There's something I wanted to talk about today that it's been on my mind for the past few weeks, honestly. And I've been seeing comments recently that have kind of been poking at this in my mind. But I never today was like low key the straw that broke the camel's back or whatever, right? So for those that follow me on Twitter, you guys know that Lord Balvin has what do they call it? Motion, right? Lord Balvin has Twitter motion, right? And depending on varying subjects, Lord Balvin does go pretty viral on Twitter a lot, whether it's a joke or a meme or it's a video game trailer or video game news or just a well put together thought. I don't know, right? My tweets tend to go like motion man. Yeah, that's me. The tweets tend to go pretty nuclear a lot of the time, right? It's funny because I tweeted yesterday about, did y'all see my tweet about that new game, Spine? It's not new. I had seen this game before. I had seen it before, and this was a follow-up trailer to one that dropped like a year ago. And I'm gonna run the trailer right now, just for context sake. Okay.
Tensor, an autocratic AI controlling our city.
In case you haven't seen it.
It took over the government and let the gangs tear the place apart. They've taken my brother. It's time to fight.
Redline, I got your back. Always.
Now, I think this game looked cool as shit. Right? Obviously, there's a lot of cinematics mixed in with gameplay, but a lot of this is all in, like, this is gameplay. Fancy camera, but this is all in-game stuff, right? All this shit is for, like, this is all in-game stuff. And this is, what the game looks to be is, yeah, Cyberpunk Sifu. Cyberpunk Sifu.
I never asked for this.
And stuff like that. Like Cyberpunk Sifu with guns, like Batman Arkham Combat. What blows my mind is the amount of niggas that watch this trailer and we're like, well, where's the gameplay? This is a regular gameplay trailer. There is gameplay spliced in everywhere. It's just the game looks so good that you can't, it's spliced in really well together, right? Like, this is gameplay. Now, so this game is it's a gun fu, it's a gun fu game, number one, right? Gun fu, cyberpunk, action game. Very similar vein to Sifu, right? Is what they're going, was what their swag they're going with here, right? And here is my thing. I tweeted about this game, right? Because I think this game looks cool. You can't lie to me and say it don't look cool. Now, mind you, this is not a AAA game. This is an indie game, right? Oh, also, this song playing is a custom song from one of the composers of John Wick. So if the music sounds familiar or if it's banging, that's why. They got the John Wick guy. They have one of the guys that produced John Wick's sound or OST or background music for this game. But here's the thing, right? I tweeted about this game, okay? And I'll bring up my tweet. I said that, oh yeah, they're finally making the John Wick type game I've been yearning for. Spine is a cyberpunk gunfu action shooter game with parkour and Arkham/Sifu combat mechanics. Yeah, I need that. 1,000 retweets, 8,000 likes. It hit the algorithm. You know, people saw it. The main account saw it. They followed me on Twitter. Shout out to Spine. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? Cool. Now, of course, a lot of people are giving the whole like, this game is not real, it's fake, it's not real, it looks too good. Where's the actual gameplay? You know, it does it looks ass, it looks, you know, et cetera, right? A lot of people more people are into it, right? More people are into it than not into it, right? But here's the thing. You know what the problem is? I think that people are forgetting, or I don't know what's going on recently, but I think whenever my tweet does numbers like this and they see a trailer, and you know, games that are an Unreal Engine 5, right? Unreal Engine 5 games all look like this now, right? Like, I think people need to get used to the fact that any game in Unreal Engine 5 is going to look abnormally good, because that's how good Unreal Engine 5 is. Like Black Myth Wukong, for example, that game got transferred into Unreal Engine 5 later in development, and that's why Black Myth Wukong is one of, if not the best looking game out on PC right now, right? But the whole like this, and I get why people still have this game is fake and never coming out syndrome, because that does happen with a lot of games. To this day, it still does. But you know what game that everyone said that about was Black Myth Wukong. Remember whenever Wukong got revealed like 4 or 5 years ago, and everybody and their mama was like, "Bro, this is not coming out." The problem is that now indie developers, or not everybody, every single person on the planet, you and me alike, can go download UE5 right now, and we have the assets that look like this from the base, right? So yeah, Sleazy, every game looks like this now, and I will say, does that mean they're all end up being good games? No, there's definitely parts in this trailer that doesn't look that kind of stiff to me and kind of wonky on the actual gameplay segments, but that's fine because this is an indie game. But I think people forget that these are indie games still, right? But they judge them like this is Ubisoft or, you know, whoever making this shit. And that's why I think my scaling and how I like consume these trailers are not the same. But I think people's brains are warped whenever they see me tweet some shit out and it has 1,000 retweets and like 8,000 likes. They're like, "Oh, this game is really pretty, looks too good to be true. It has to be fake." Right? Because games like this can't be real. But I get why people feel like that, because sometimes the games just look too good to be true. But more games have come out. I think more games recently have been coming out that have been the whole like that game can't be real, and they've ended up being good. Lies of P, fantastic. Wukong is the biggest game ever, single player wise. You know, all these games. So I think people their perception is warped, right? And you want to know why their perception is warped? Not just because the game looks this good and looks visually like a AAA game. We don't have E3 anymore. So there's no separation in games that get consumed as AAA games and indie games now. They wait for someone on Twitter like me to post about it, and no one watched it. You know why I saw this? Because of the Future Games show at Gamescom. That shit had 2,000 viewers on Twitch. No one watched that shit except real like niggas that are really tapped in like that. And not tapped in like, oh, they know some secret shit. Tapped in like they're fucking nerds. And they care about like me. I care about the Future Games show because I just love video games and I love seeing what new shit niggas have going so I can come back to stream and share games that people are interested in. So a lot of folks watched Opening Night Live, which was kind of ass for the most part. But there's been 4 or 5 showcases after Opening Night Live at Gamescom. There's been 2 Monster Hunter ones. There's been 2 Xbox ones. There was an indie game showcase, and there was Future Game Show, right? So, but since there's no E3 anymore, people don't consume these games like, oh man, this is a big game. Every game is a big game now if they don't know who's making it, right? So to some people, they watch this and they're like, this is a scam. This can't be real, right? Not knowing that another reason why we're seeing more games like this pop up out of nowhere is because of Unreal Engine 5 becoming accessible to everybody, right? Because a lot of what we're seeing now recently, a lot of these games that look kind of fake because of how good they look, and they're very cinematics based, and sometimes the gameplay is not as fluid as it looks in the end, is because a lot of mobile game developers are making console games now, right? That team at Game Science that made Wukong, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody tell me now. That was Game Science's first major AAA flagship title, but I'm pretty sure a majority of that team were working on other games prior, especially mobile games. A lot of Asian developers have, like this team right here, they don't make, this is their first ever console like major game releasing on PC and console and shit. But under their belt, they have like 8 indie games that people have played. I don't know if I don't play mobile games, but this game has great reviews and it has what it might be bots, I don't know. But this game, Shadow Fight Arena 4, it has 4.7 on Apple Store and 4.5 on Google Play. This is the game that the team that made that game I just showed you. This is what they're coming from. This is a mobile fighting game. Like this is the 4th entry. My fucking thing's broken. Shadow Fighter. So you guys know what Shadow Fighter is, right? So cool. Some of y'all know what this is. So the niggas that made this game are going from this. Yeah, Zai. I believe that is the case. If I go to, let me see. Spine.game. I'm gonna double check or fact check this right now. But I'm almost positive that's the case. Let me see. Where's Neki. Yeah. Neki. Yeah. This is the dev team. This is the company making it. It's Neki. And they've made all of the Shadow Fight games. And now Spine. Right? Shadow Fight 4, 3, 2, Fight Me, Vector, Shades. Like, these niggas have made all these games. And they're going from this to Spine. So, but that's what an engine like Unreal Engine 5 can produce. I've never heard of Vector, but Unreal Engine 5 gives you the stuff that this gives you the stuff. You still play Vector? What's Vector, bro? Hold on. What is Vector? Wait. Oh, this looks cool. It's like mobile Mirror's Edge. This is badass. It's just a parkour game. I would play this. But you see what I'm saying? But that's the crazy shit, is that y'all didn't even know that the niggas that made that game are making this.
Tensor.
But now with that added context, a lot of the shit probably makes sense now. Like the parkour stuff. And I mean, from my understanding, it might be a flashy camera angle, but I'm almost positive this is actual gameplay right now. There's no HUD, but I'm almost certain this is gameplay. But the point that I was making is that, okay, let's say you watch this and you're like, man, this don't look that good to me. It looks kind of stiff in the animations. It doesn't look real. If people knew that this was not being like this was being made by a team that's from mobile games, right? This is their first ever console game ever. Like, sure, their mobile games probably have a shit ton of money made, but experience wise and making games like this is their first time doing this, right? So people, the way people watch shit like this and they consume it, like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Because if this trailer would have, I'll tell you what, if this trailer would have ran at E3 in a smaller section or even Summer Games Fest, which this is a year-old game, by the way, I feel like people would consume it differently. But people's perceptions on this shit have changed so much because now everybody can make games that look this good. Even you, chat. Even you. Unreal Engine 5, the base assets are free. Like, so, yes, Vega, even you. Yeah, exactly. But the reason why I'm bringing this game up in particular and people's consumption of it is because I want to bring up, I didn't respond to it. I thought about responding to it, but I was like, you know what, bro, I'm not gonna give attention to nobody or dunk on this nigga or whoopty whoop shit. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna do it. But I saw a tweet today that made me laugh. And the only reason why it made me upset is because one, it bothered me is because one, they lack reading comprehension and they whatever. But also, I've had a little bit of an insecurity and a fear like this in the back of my mind for the past few months now, because of how much my tweets get in the algorithm. Is that I wonder if people think that I have Twitter Blue on the low, or I pay for retweets, or I'm getting paid tweet or whatever, right? So let me show y'all something. So let me show y'all something. So today, someone quote tweeted me and said, "I hate ads like this so much." Okay, I hate ads like this so much. Finally, we have a Postal 2 pissing Batman Arkham Combat, but Max Payne gunplay, No More Heroes 3 Wank Saber, and Dark Souls difficulty, and Simpsons hit and run graphics in an Art Deco underwater city like BioShock. You're just saying words. Me when game is also like these other Universal games, but also game. And so there's a couple reasons why I even like want to spend time talking about this. Is because you're definitely Shiza. Number one, I don't know if y'all seen on Twitter recently, but there's been an uptick of people posting obvious ads with no hashtag ad in their tweet. I've been seeing a lot of people posting very clear things that they've been paid for, and they're not disclosing it. Like, for example, all those accounts that post porn on their meme accounts got paid to do that, right? Whenever you randomly see some gooner shit on one of those big ass accounts that does not post gooner shit, those OnlyFans girls who are multimillionaires like Sophia Rain and shit like that, they are paying, either they're paying people or their teams are sending checks to these accounts to promote them, right? Or even, I don't know if y'all seen recently as well, in that clip account sector of Twitter, Stake has been paying accounts off to put Stake watermarks in the corner of videos, even though they're not, the content creator themselves is not sponsored by Stake. I have seen this a lot recently. There was no FTC disclosure. There was no warning or reason as to why it was happening. But I was seeing accounts, like someone posted, they're posting like Senna clips onto their account, but had Stake, the Stake watermark in the bottom left corner, because Stake, now the gambling company that owns Kick, have been paying those accounts like Scuba Ryan and Fearbuck and all those guys. They've been paying those accounts to put Stake on the clips that they take from streamers. Okay. But Zai, to answer your question, yes, posting ads on any social media that you were paid to post. I don't know where this new loophole is coming from, but even beyond the big accounts of like doing the fucking weird porn shit or whatever, I have seen a large uptick of people that have just been they have not posted hashtag ad in very obvious ad tweets, and I don't know how they're getting away with it, right? So I feel like when my tweets hit the algorithm and it's worded like this, I get insecure sometimes where I'm like, does this tweet come off like an ad? Because these people don't know me, right? They don't know me, so they don't know that I've been doing this forever. I have tweets on my account from games that don't go viral, right? They don't go viral, but some do. But it literally concerned me, and it multiplied my insecurity by tenfold when I saw this person say, I hate ads like this. Because now I wonder how many people think that I get paid for what I do. Right? Because I don't. I don't get paid. I don't get paid to do this. I don't get paid to do this. Oh, Blade, I have seen that recently. I have seen that recently. I have seen a million tweets randomly of, it's like a thread of this thing, a thread of wrestling moments, and an AI. I saw someone post a thread of an AI script about how Cody Rhodes should lose the championship. I've seen threads like post your favorite porn videos, like my favorite animes. I have seen, yes, here's a thread of, yes, I have seen, I don't know where that trend is coming from, but yeah, I've seen that a lot recently. Big facts, it's funny, I guess I technically am suffering from success. No, I am suffering from success. That is the best way to put it. Because I wish that I was getting paid from this shit, but I'm not. 9.9 times out of 10, companies don't fuck with me like that. Even if I blast their game like this, even if I promote their game better than they actually can themselves, half the time these niggas don't. And it's the thing is, I like to sprinkle in me being a human being in between my tweets, so niggas know that I'm not just a bot now. Because you know how fucked I was thinking this the other day. I'm like, bro, a lot of my Twitter content and a lot of my Twitch content, a lot of it consists of criticizing the world and acknowledging world problems and social problems and my problems with content creators and my problems with society and the economy and politics and socioeconomics. I've become like a lot of what I do is giving commentary on things, right? I haven't gotten into my bag yet of like making videos, but on Twitch I do a lot of like playthroughs. I do create my own content, and that I do some pretty entertaining playthroughs to me, right? And all the in-between stuff. But I don't want my account to look like I'm just a trailer bot that just posts things for engagement, right? Because people are now projecting what they see on other accounts onto me. Because you know what I wanted to, you know why I do this? Beyond I know that it can get good promo, it looks good on my end because of the numbers. I do get ops sometimes, and at my core, I just like showing niggas cool games. That is the main reason why I do it. It's because when we have niggas like Grums, we have niggas like the pirate manga guy, or manga law pirate, all these like racist, weird engagement farming losers, that they're the bigger accounts that talk about video games. I want to be the balance in that. Like, bro, the main reason why I got into content creation and posting on Twitter at all was to talk about video games. And I know that before PC gaming was a bigger thing, I have accrued an audience that were not big into indie games. I think a lot of y'all still aren't into indie games. And if you are even into them, you're not into the smaller ones you might not even know about, right? My biggest, I always used to say, like, there are indie games out there that are your favorite game you have not played before, right? And I'm not the only nigga that does this. There are full-on YouTube accounts that are dedicated to doing what I do. but they don't have the audience that I have, not numbers wise, culture wise, right? I just like being a nigga that can post about games on Twitter and show niggas that don't play games like this what they're missing out on. You feel me? So this shit pissed me off really bad when the nigga said it was an ad. This is not an ad. I thought the game looked cool. Like, I thought the game looked cool. And sure, you might not like how I worded it. Oh, to follow up, Just Do It, you asked, what did they mean by this? Basically, what they're saying is that my tweet describing the game is a bunch of gibberish, and it's just me comparing it to other games and other properties that are also popular and cool. And it's not a you know, it's just a bunch of filler words, which it's funny because this person just doesn't lack. They just lack comprehension. Because I only compared Spine to three things. Which funny enough, really is just two things, if you ask me. Because number one, they responded to my tweet and said the games are John Wick inspired and have music from the game. Number one. Okay. Number one. So I only said that because this is literally them. This is their inspiration. So John Wick don't count. Cyberpunk, that's not a game. That's a the game that technically I'm referring to is the tabletop game. But no, it's a setting, it's a world, it's a theme. It's a setting, it's a world, it's a theme. You know, like, it's not a game. Gun Fu, not a video game. Gun Fu is literally it's a style of film, or a martial arts style used in film, right? Action shooter game. Genre, parkour, a thing you do. Arkham/Sifu Combat. What game does not have this at this point? To me, if a game has Arkham/Sifu Combat, that's a selling point for me, because that's the most important part, right? It's a brawler action game. If it's Sifu, that game's fire. Batman Arkham games, that's fire. Music Fest, that's what balances this shit out for me, right? Oh yeah, this song from the trailer is from one of the composers on the game.
1. This looks world. 2. I need data. For that trip.
But you know what else I realized? Going down this list of complaints I have. Gamers really hate video games more than anybody else. Gamers genuinely hate video games more than anybody else. Because I just presented you a game that does not exist in any other capacity besides maybe like Wet on PS2. And all niggas do is hate. They just hate. What up, Tyndall? Thank you for the 20 months, bro. The app for that car, after that car, you talking about the Japanese one? Tyndall? Or are you referring to something else that I don't know? You need the name of it? This is the name of it. They do just hate shit. They just don't like cool shit. They literally are just haters. They're just haters. Because all gamers do is complain about how games now are all the same, right? Games are the same. We need variety. We want single player games. We don't want multiplayer games. And so forth, right? And so forth. Then the moment you show niggas other new stuff, they're like, it's not real. It's fake. I don't want to play this. This looks bad. And then, okay, then what do you like then? What do you want to happen? What do you want to happen? What do you want to happen? I did see that strap, and I'm gonna talk about it in a second. I almost that Monster Hunter shit with Grums was almost my that was gonna be my first time actually responding to him on Twitter. I held back, but I almost caused a war. I might still do it, to be honest. Nigga, me too, bruh. The amount of people that really just want things to fail blows my mind. And Jace, I'm not gonna lie, bruh. When I saw niggas hating on Red Dead Redemption 2, that's whenever I lost all faith in gaming. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever, because I beat that game and I was like, bro, this is one of the best experiences I've ever had in my fucking life. It's not perfect. The first few chapters are kind of slow. I understand the whole sim, slow walking, picking up every item is not for everybody. And here's the thing. It's not that people have to like Red Dead Redemption 2. Right? It's not that people have to like it or love it even. You cannot like a good game, right? You cannot like that happens all the time. But you have to acknowledge that it is a groundbreaking video game. Like I will only meet people in the middle if they acknowledge that it's a good game. That is where I'll go. Because to me, can I be honest? This is safe space. Is this safe? And I know that people you don't have to agree with this. You do not have to agree with this one. But and I'm gonna have to play it again to really like. That might be to me the best game ever made. I'm sorry. I genuinely think that game is in contention for the best made video game ever. I think it is. I genuinely think that game is like probably one of the best. It is at least top 3 or top 5 best games ever like made. Top 5, even if you don't like it. I think that like just as a video game, that game does things better than it does reuse concepts better than basically anything before it. That game, like Arthur Morgan to me is the best. A white cowboy is the best written video game character ever to me, and he is my favorite character. Like Arthur, especially if you do all the side quests and stuff with Arthur, with his ex-girl and shit. I think Arthur Morgan is the best protagonist ever. In my opinion. But again, if you don't agree with that, that's okay. Like Crow said, that shit fire, but it's not for me, is a very okay mindset to have. And I think that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to like Red Dead. You don't have to like Red Dead. That's perfectly fine. I don't like a lot of people. I don't like a lot of games. You know what I'm saying? But I can acknowledge when a video game is genuinely life-changing. Or you know, not even just no, it should be on I just looked it up. I looked it up on Google Play. I see it there too, Tyndall. Yeah, because I think the biggest and most respectable critique of Red Dead 2 is how slow it is, right? It is how slow it is, right? I do think I understand, because again, it's the life sim stuff is not for everybody, right? It's not for everybody. In that sense. And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. I understand while playing that shit and, you know, picking up everything in the drawer and picking up all the individual items and being a lot of management, very, very life stuff. I get it. That's okay. But do y'all remember, if you played that game, I'm getting chills thinking about it. The way that they set up side quests in that game, or random world interactions, like interactions in that world that were very much scripted, that did not feel scripted at all. Like when you see somebody on the side of the road with a broken wagon and you approach them, then the black bars come in and you're like, oh shit, I thought that was just somebody, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit. It really, and Crow, see, I'm not even gonna shoot you over that. That's fine. I think you should play it though. I think you should play it though. But if you ain't played it, that's cool. That's a long ass game. That game is a commitment. If you haven't played it, especially, I get it. You feel me? But ooh, I love that fucking game. Big facts. Exactly. I already know that a lot of people, when it comes to Metal Gear Solid, they might not get it. The writing and the humor is very, especially in the older games, are very camp, and they're very stealth games. They're very much stealth games. And for some folks, they don't like stealth games. I think that Metal Gear Solid is the best stealth game ever made, and has the best stealth systems ever in the game. And I think that is the game that you will, if you're not a stealth fan, that is the game that will be the one exception to any other stealth games. But that being said, I do think, I know if you don't like playing Metal Gear Solid, I understand. However, you cannot not acknowledge what that game did for the world, for gaming. You know what I'm saying? You can't acknowledge, you have to acknowledge that. Jace has been watching Peak in a span of like the past 3 weeks, man. That man Everything Everywhere All at Once. That movie will fuck you up. I think overall, Shin, that Metal Gear Solid, I think Metal Gear Solid 3 in particular, as far as a stealth game, is the best one gameplay wise. I think that MGS5 The Phantom Pain is the best game gameplay overall wise. Go ahead, Faint. Say space. Say with your chest. I don't know why, but I do this all Rare 2 and Breath of the Wild. I feel like I can feel myself the story whenever pace. Dude, the Red Dead Redemption 2 story, the world in that game, you can play it so slow. It is one of the most immersive experiences that's one of those games where you will feel like a cowboy for real in your real life. In real life, you will want to buy a cowboy hat. Like going to bars in that world, and just riding your horse around the city, like little shit like that, or riding horse, like riding on horse across like city to city through the plains and stuff, dude. And then when you get to Saint Denis for the first time, no, Zai, I agree. That is one of the only games where I will genuinely walk around. I will walk around in the towns and not run around. There are not many games where I'm not just trying to get to objective A to point B, but that one I will walk because of how immersive of an experience that game delivers. Then the music, and don't get me, I'm not gonna go into no story spoilers just in case, because I don't want to spoil it for nobody in the chat. But Blood, best story ever. I'm sorry. That is my favorite. That is my favorite story I can't believe they accomplished that. In one game, they told like, you know what's funny? I'm just now understanding why Jose said we're gonna get to Tahiti. That Tahiti comment went over my head. But now as I'm talking about it, I'm like, oh God, yeah, Tahiti. Arthur, we have a plan. I just need money. Chat, I have a plan, okay? I just need TikToks. I have the foundation. I have a plan. I just need TikToks. And all of the characters in that game, bro. Arthur, Dutch. Dutch was such a cool character, man. Money and more money. Yeah, you know what's funny? I haven't I've heard that Max Payne 1 and Max Payne 2 are Max Payne 1 and Max Payne 2 are some of the best, games of their respective genre. They are remaking Max Payne 1 though, right? I think they are remaking Max Payne 1. Are they doing both of them? Oh shit. That's going to be cool. You know what's funny? The only Max Payne that I have played is 3. And I love that game, mind you. I know Max Payne 3 is probably one of the weaker ones of the series, but I love Max Payne 3. I love Max Payne 3. I missed out on Alan Wake I missed out on the 360 era of Alan Wake games. I did, or the era. I missed out on Alan Wake on 360. And then they dropped like 4 of the games, and that continued with Control and Quantum Break, and now Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 sounds godlike. And I know people say Alan Wake are amazing games. I do want to one day go back and play them, but my backlog in modern games is already longer than my fucking dick. So imagining trying to even touch 360 games oof, man. Whenever I get to that point, when one of these TikToks go viral and I get and we break down this number barrier, I promise y'all my end goal for streaming is just being able to play random games whenever I want to. I just want to play random games because I want to. That's all that I want to do. That's literally my end goal, is being able to play games and not worry about numbers. We're gonna get there, I promise. Now, not to derail or anything, because this is a good conversation, but Days Before Rodeo is officially on streaming.
I've been down and lost for days. Gotta find you on the way. When the day gets better, the night gets better. I always feel this way. Bitter hill, I hear you calling miles and miles away. It's always popping.
Oh man, I love this mixtape so much. This was peak Travis for me. I'm not gonna lie. You know what my favorite song on this mixtape is though? Funny enough, my favorite song on this entire mixtape will always. There are a lot of good songs on this mixtape. There are a lot of good ones, but my personal favorite
All right, perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this song made me want to cry, bro.
Yeah.
Gon' grab that fifth, grab that eight, grab what you need. Blow that dope, don't get too hot. From the third coast to the west coast, come take this ride. Let me tell her how Jack turned sky over one lost trip to the sky. Let me tell the tale, cause you told the tale when you said I can make it this high. Who knew? God damn it, who knew? The grass ain't green on the other side, it's just blue. You can really identify when you look in the eyes who ready to ride, that's true. When they look in my eyes, they see that roll, how Scotty ain't tied that juice. Had my back against that wall. Every time I feel so cold, my daddy ain't coming home till fall. That's why my pimp game so moist. Had that do-rag and all. Had a 20-year-old bitch in high school. Wasn't no telling what Travis might do. On the south side of the HOU. Hold on, let's take it back to that room. No car, but still had dropped. Just 100 niggas standing outside. Life's a beach, a lot of sand on the lot. I'ma ride for all my niggas. They forever here by my side. It was just 8 niggas in a 2-bedroom, no living room. That was last June, yeah, for real. Yeah, for real.
Hey, chat.
Fuck what they talk about.
But I'm gonna get I'm getting all my streams out. I'm gonna if I can't stream from there, I do want to stream. I do want to stream. I'm gonna stream a lot before I leave. So you're gonna get a lot of stream like this next. I'm leaving a week from today, so you're gonna get a lot out of me in that time period. But guys, listen up, okay? So number one, I get to play Monster Hunter Wilds early. Where's my applause at? Hold on. I get to play Monster Hunter Wilds early. Where's my applause? Oh, I know why I have no applause. It's because my plug is broken. Okay, got it. Right. Got it. Okay. So I get to play Monster Hunter Wilds early. Okay, that's number one. That's number one. All right, here's my applause. Thank you. Now, I get to play Monster Hunter Wilds. That's number one. But number two, I got confirmation yesterday that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero will also be there. So I get to play Sparking Zero for the first time early as well. But I've known about those two for 2 days now, or for about a week now. But what if I told you there was another that they announced today that I would have never in a million years would have guessed was going to be there? Guys. You know what else is going to be there? Fucking Astrobot. Fucking Astrobot there will be a Astrobot demo at PAX West. Now, for those that don't know, no, Astrobot, no. That's for later. No. Wait, hold on. I think my U36 is crazy. Hold on. Hello. Hello. Oh, my fucking braids in my headset. Hey, guys. Oh, you're playing Monster Hunter, Fats? You're playing Monster Hunter World? What are you hunting, man? What are you hunting, man? You hunting maybe a Rathalos or a Devil Joe? You know, oh man. For those that don't know what Astrobot is, one, where the fuck have you been? Number one. Okay, where the fuck have you been? Number two. This is Astrobot. Real platforming niggas are up. This looks mid. You don't even mean that. You don't even mean that is the funny part. You're just farming. You know how I am and you know how I get. So you're farming me right now. But you're literally lying. How does this look mid to you? Do you see this? What about this? This doesn't look fun. Are you? And they remember, chat. They called me soulless because they called me soulless. They called me soulless, and I hate fun. All right, because I thought that Deadpool was corny. Bro, look at this. I'm so excited. What up, Tinso? What up, man? You have a time stop now? Gigabot mode? Squirterbot? Bro, I need it. I'm so hyped for this. Parappa the bro. Bro, this looks so good. And I get to play it early at PAX West. Yay! Yay! So at PAX West, bro, I'm gonna get to literally play 3 of my most anticipated games ever. Or this year, sorry. Not ever, but this year. Monster Hunter, Astrobot, and Sparking Zero. I get to play I get to play them early. Then I get to come back to you guys and be like, "Hey guys, I played these games and here's my thoughts." I've never been more up than I am now. I have never been more up than I am now. PAX West, I'm going to come back with all of the exclusive drops. Looks like they stole Sonic X Shadow Generations, Sonic X Shadow Generations.com, Sonic X Shadow Generations. Shin Tyrell, you're so right. Enjoy some Gogeta. That's the thing, bro. I don't know who I'm gonna play. I don't know who have we seen the lead. It might be the new Gamescom build too, with Super Boo and Ultimate Gohan. Thanks, Chewin. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm gonna have a great time. You play Daima Goku? He's definitely not in the game yet. GT Goku, not in the game yet. The Kid Buu clip where he says nigga, yes, I have seen that. There definitely has been that's the thing. I don't know if I want to play characters that nobody has gameplay of yet, or if I want to play who I think is cool. That's my dilemma here. I seen the Kid Buu clip. Hold on. Yeah, only seen the kid. You know, I can't. I only seen the kid. Hold on. Bro, who gonna stop him? Who gonna stop him? He charged it. Why he charged? Why he scream?
Boo! The Boo can say N-word. No one stop Boo! No one stop Boo! Boo say nigga now! Boo want pass! Boo want pass! Boo hear it in song! Let Boo say it!
What up, Adam? What up, Adam? Yeah. Okay. So Pure Ho asked a great question. Will Crimson Desert be there? Unlikely. I don't think that Pearl Abyss is going to be at PAX West, unfortunately. That would change my life. But no, I don't think Pearl Abyss is going to be at PAX West, sadly. They're at Gamescom right now. Also, chat, by the way, I know Crimson Desert is one of those games where like it's definitely not real. It's not happening. People have played it at Gamescom and have given their impressions, and they've all said that the game plays and is as fun as it looks. It is as fun and cool as it looks, and it's unbelievable that you can do the shit that you can do in that game. Ars, I don't think Sega's gonna be there, sadly. I don't think Sega's gonna make it out this year, unfortunately. Crimson Desert is not a MMO. No, they've changed it to a single player game. I'm almost positive that Warframe game will be there. Jose, and I will not be touching that bullshit. Any good RPG recommendations? Like what? Like, what do you mean, like RPG? Like, you know, I've heard For the King is amazing. I've never played For the King, but I think that game definitely is Balvinware. I think the people making For the King 2 are going to be at PAX West, and I think they emailed me about I think they emailed. I got an email today about a company reaching out to me trying to schedule. This is my first time ever actually getting an email from a company of them reaching out to me trying to schedule some appointments at PAX West. That was different. It was a company with some. You know what? I'll show y'all. Wait. Hey, Fats. Hey, Fats. If you buy me that game, I will play it with you anytime, bro. I'm not Mr. D&D, bro. I am absolutely not Mr. I'm quite the opposite, actually. Chat, do y'all remember? Hold on. Do y'all remember this game that I showed on my channel? Wait. Fuck, where is it? I show a lot of games, guys. I know. But do you wait. Maybe I lied to myself. Did a different company reach out to me? Okay, I don't know. Well, does anybody in chat know the game Buckshot Roulette? I know Vega knows what that is. Is anybody in chat of so the company that made Buckshot Roulette sent me an email and said they have 5 games. They have 5 games that they're gonna bring that they have there, and they reached out to me saying that if I wanted to check out any of them. And they have a couple of new games that are not out yet that they're showing off, or that there's demos of. One being this game right here called Altered Alma. It's a Metroidvania. I'll never get tired of Metroidvania personally. I'll never get tired. This looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Boy, I'm zooming. I was zooming crazy. They have some really cool designs on these mobs and the world, like the backgrounds and the characters. And we have an anime cutscene, so it's not all pixel slop. A space opera Metroidvania. Sounds kind of cool. No way, this nigga. Mr. Streamer, we tap in. We're playing in exactly 25. Are we playing in 25 minutes? What the fuck? Yo, well, first off, thank you, Fats, for buying me the fucking game. See you in 25 minutes. Let me watch gameplay of this. Hold on. I have another code. Did you buy a code? You wait. Wait. Let me see. Let me see gameplay of this shit. Oh, it's one of these games. It's one of these games. Oh, okay. Wait, is this combat, or are they just moving around? Yeah, they're moving around right now. This is combat. Oh. I don't know. Unfortunately, I have content brain. Chat, are y'all tapped in to watch me and Fats play some shit like this? I guess, and one more person, since there's an extra code on the table. Now, granted, guys, Fats is a RPing freak. He's very funny, so it's not gonna be boring. It's gonna be quite funny. I was gonna be normal. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. It was gonna come out of you eventually. Do I feel like playing this game? I'm gonna go fight Kushala. Alright, bet. Come back whenever you're done. I'll have an answer for you. I mean, I ain't got nothing else planned, so I mean, like, you know, likely scenario. Oh, this nigga Just Do It actually sent me the code in my DMs. I just have the code now. I can just give it to someone. Fuck. Okay. Okay, I'll think about it. You owe me $15, bro. Just refund it. Refund it. Congratulations. What do you mean congratulations, bro? Did something happen? Did I finally win the award? Is the news out? Is the news out? Did I finally? Did they leak it? Okay, I actually midstream just saw another video game that I would like to share with you all. It's actually a horror game that looks pretty cool. All right, this is called Silver Pines. This is called Silver Pines. Oh, there's only 20 seconds of footage, but it's a good 20 seconds though. This looks like, yo, the cinematography in this is very Silent Hill inspired. I don't know how this game goes from this to this at any point in time. That is phenomenal. But I love that we have a Metroidvania side-scroller game that's not pixel. I like this art style a lot. This looks really cool. It's not pixel slot, guys. We got combat. This thing appear, yo. IDK how you can enjoy this and in the same breath say you enjoy the Astro game because I like a lot of different things, Code Lyoko. What the fuck do you know? Do you know who I am? Do you know? Have you watched this stream before? This is literally my personality. This is literally my personality, is liking a bunch of different things that are from varying different genres. 2K. Hey, not too much on 2K. 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 Because I will be 2K25 about to be that. Yeah. Honestly, I disagree, Code. I think a lot of platformers are ass, and I think that's why what Astro does a lot better than a lot of other platformer games is the swag that it has. It's just it's a cool little nostalgia bait game. You get to fucking play as Minnie, Sly Cooper, and Crash Bandicoot. Balvin, can you play Turnip Boy? Right. But see, that's where you're wrong, Code. The reason why I'm hyped for Astro Boy or Astrobot is because of the demo that came out. That we've already played. That was already fire. So I already know that if you haven't played Astro's Playroom, then you didn't enjoy it, then you're broken on the inside. Sorry. You're just broken. You are just broken on the inside. Why are you hating? Why are you hating so? I don't understand how. I think you are hating so hard on that game, and I don't understand why of all games, you have selected a cute platformer to hate on so passionately. That's so random. Sony Pony's not actually quite the opposite. Actually quite the opposite. Fuck Sony. I don't want to fight Kushala right now. What's the move? Chat, do we play For the King 2 with that? Do we play For the King 2? Hell yeah, yes. Okay, yes. All right, bro, Fats, you know what time it is, man. Two geekers against two geekers against the world. This game has 16 viewers right now on Twitch. Chat, I am happy to announce we are officially the #1 most watched stream in the For the King 2 category. Just like that. Can we get some Drakes to chat? Oh wait, Strap, don't worry. I'm gonna spend a long time talking about that. Well, I'm gonna spend a good amount of time on that Monster Hunter shit. But I'll spin back to that conversation later. For now, we're gonna get some gaming in with my good friend Fats. Drake fans Soy R. Okay, Fats. Alright, Fats. Alright, Fats. Get in my Discord, buddy. I'll drag you into the live channel.
In the golden years of Ferul's history, King Bronna's peaceful rule brought prosperity to Ferul. But alas, as His Majesty's reign neared its end, a dark cloud
Wait, chat,
loomed.
W lore, log in.
Vexor, the king's most trusted sorcerer, turned towards chaos and violence.
The king
casting
turned
a shadow upon our land.
Wait, betrayal?
After murdering the king in his sleep and razing the capital, Vexor fled to Horazio.
Wait, no way.
Seeking to summon Onus.
Onus?
The god of chaos.
The god of chaos.
In that dire moment, Queen Rosamund emerged, inspiring the kingdom.
Queen Rosamund, no way!
Three unlikely heroes confronted Vexor.
They did it!
Sacrificed themselves to destroy
They sacrificed themselves. No.
After their heroic sacrifice, a new decade of peace and prosperity dawned upon Ferul under Queen
Hooray!
Rosamund's wise rule.
Heroes!
For many years, the land flourished in tranquility once again.
Let's go!
However, over time, Queen Rosamund has become increasingly paranoid, and now seeks to fund a mysterious project by taxing her citizens and enslaving those.
Capitalism!
The Mad Queen's intentions are unknown, but rumors from afar speak of altered landscapes, mysterious machines, and monsters not seen since the Chaos Wars.
Chat.
Gathering in the shadows, courageous hearts have forged an underground resistance.
This game is about us
bravely
rebelling
opposing the
against
Queen's
taxes.
regime. Overpowered by the might of the Queen's Guard, many have fallen. And with that, Ferul's last glimmer of hope is fading.
What up, CJ?
Swiftly. Who will stop Queen Rosamund?
Chat, who will stop Queen Rosamund? I'll tell you. This nigga right here. Was that our chat? Was that Aura? Was that guys, was that Aura? Was that Aura, chat? Was that W Aura? Alright. But I can't do this alone. I need my fellow geeker to lead this rebellion. Chat, we have to summon him. Everyone type Fats! Hooray! In chat. Everyone type Fats! Hooray! I think it's working, chat. Fats! Hooray! Did it work? Is he here?
My blood is about to be on your hands. I swear to God. What the fuck is wrong with you right now, bro?
He's
I'm dying. Yeah, I'm dying.
He's here, chat!
Y'all telling me I'm missing my lower half.
He made it!
How am I supposed to piss?
Fats! Hooray! No way, 7TV emote. We did it! Alright, chat. What's going on, guys? Balvin here. We are trying some For the King 2 out today. I've got my duo, my partner in crime, my slime. Fats, say what's up to people.
What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the stream. My name is Fats. I'm here joined by my slime, my duo, my geeker number 2, Lord Balvin. How's it going with you today, bro?
Oh, it's going great. It is going great, and I'm excited. First off, thank you for buying this game with me. I really appreciate that. I've been looking to check it out for a while, but now, no time better than now. Let's play some Dungeons and Dragons.
I sent you the code via DMs.
Poggers. All right, that was Loki W.
Yo. Hogger.
Loki W intro. I threw you the alley oop and you fucking windmilled that bitch. Loki.
What's going on, YouTube?
What's going on, YouTube? You guys are naturals. We're mentally ill.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Fried, bro.
All right. The Royal Tutor. Welcome to Far Rule. From this map, you will be able to select the available adventure for your party to embark upon. Okay, Pog.
I think the Resistance is the main story. It's chapter 1, it says.
Okay. Amidst Queen Rosamond's tyrannical reign, whispers grow louder. Speaking of a rising movement called the Resistance, this new rebellion dares to challenge Queen Rosamond's rule and strive for a brighter future.
Strive?
Wait, strive? Wait, I don't know the frames. All right.
I don't know the frames.
I don't know the frames, man.
All right, we're gonna play on apprentice difficulty because that's the basic.
I can turn them up. Hold on.
I'm low.
You're not low. Just my levels in OBS, you were like mad loud, so I turned you down. But you don't change anything. I got it.
I'm low.
No, don't change anything, please.
I'm not changing anything. I'm just gonna keep asking if I'm low.
Chat, is he good? I turned him down because I don't want to be too loud for y'all. But is he good now or what's up? I turned him back up a little bit.
Hooray! I've been turned back up.
Guys, I need some direct
Turn me up. Don't turn me down.
That's good. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know that song. Let me stop.
1736. Right.
That was.
I know it's not the same song.
In an alternate universe.
All right, baby. Okay.
Benny Wap.
All right. Well, cue us up. How we do this?
Cue us up. All right. I'm putting us into the Resistance.
All right.
Adventure challenges include find the stranger.
Okay.
Free the alchemist from the prison cart.
The alchemist.
Start the revolution. Kill 25 Queen's Guard.
Okay, murder.
And rush the clock, which I'm not fucking doing.
Complete the adventure. No, we're here to experience
We have selected.
this. All right, we have to.
Oh shit!
Whoa! Wait a minute. You will set up your ideal party set a loadout for an adventure. Okay.
This is 4 players now.
Oh, so we control 2 players each. Oh.
The original game I played a lot of, and that was 3 players. So this one is now 4 players.
Okay. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna name this person Zai. All right, Zai, you're coming on board with us.
Gigatron.
You're coming on board with us, Zai. Chat, say hello to Zai. Say hi, Zai. This game is about this is like a turn-based, like roguelike RPG game. That's kind of like D&D. But right now we're creating our party to go take down Queen Rosamond and her tyrannical reign. I have not played this game before, so I can't really, give you a great description if you haven't played, games like this before, but I have, so, but, wait, can I change? All right, making them, yeah. I know Zine. Zai not one of the lighter ones, if you know what I mean. I know about you, Zai. I know about you. Zai, wait, what the fuck? Character class is the archetype of your character. Each class comes with their own skills. Right. Skills are passive abilities that are unique to each other and that provide vital. Okay. Character stats will be used for moving combat and will determine the effectiveness of your rolls. Or each roll will be based around a specified stat. Don't forget to plan accordingly. Poggers. All right. Minstrel. I don't feel comfortable making.
I'm playing a minstrel.
Oh, okay. How do I? You have fun with that.
I got my 2 classes. I'm ready, bro. I'm gaming.
Rosa. Okay. I'm gonna.
You see the homie over there?
Look at. Okay. We got a scholar, a stable hand, a black. Damn. Busker, herbalist. There's a lot of classes. Okay. Busker. What am I holding? Is that That a musician? Yeah, this is the bard. I'm not gonna be a bard. I'm going to be a stable hand. They're honest farmers.
Oh, that looks like a geeker.
That nigga definitely is a geeker. Nah, low key, I give I think I give blacksmith. Yeah, I give blacksmith. So what do you guys think? I think I give blacksmith.
Okay.
I'm kind of giving blacksmith. Can I change my fit? Oh, all right. You are black, yeah. Good point. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. That is a good call. Good call. What do you mean he is?
What the? Who the fuck is this?
Yo, what the? What is that? That fit is not.
What the fuck am I finding?
What is this fit, bro?
This just got Luisa's outfit. Who's Luisa?
This nigga's. Why?
I'm an anime character from the wrong universe.
You're not from this world, bro.
I'm Cyberpunk Edge Runners, bro.
Bro, dressed like Finn. All right. I'm gonna make. Wait, what does a scholar do?
Mage.
Oh, okay. So mage. What is a stable hand?
I don't know. I've never seen that. A geeker by the looks of his face.
Oh, this guy can create a safe camp. Can we all do that? We all can do that.
I don't know.
Oh, that's a quick. No, we can all do that. That's a quick we have. Okay. Hard work. Chance to gain primary action upon consuming remaining focus, allowing the current turn to continue. So like, action surge.
All I know is I made a healer. I made 2 supports, bro.
Make 2 supports. Okay. If you make 2 supports, then I'm gonna make this guy a hunter. Then so we're gonna have 2 DPS. Or actually, make this nigga a bard. Entertain and distract. All right. Yeah, you're gonna be a bard. What up, Fawn? Reincarnated as a mage in a fictional world. Yeah, that's definitely an anime. Gimblebach, Balvin, Lord Faticus 3, and King Zai. This is a good lineup. This is a good lineup. This is a good lineup. Oh god.
Shit.
Time to load up and load out. Each character will be able to spend loadout points on starting items that will prove invaluable on the journey, so work together for best loadout. What?
Everybody gets 5 points, I guess.
Okay. Bag of 10. Oh wait. Did you just? No, you did. Wait, did you pick something? You
I did.
Oh, I can't. Okay, so I can't get that now. All right. Okay.
That's a lot of shit.
Gonna sing "Nasty" by Tyga to distract our enemies.
What?
Okay, I'm thinking. I want a 6-foot pole.
Hey, yo.
Yo, not too much. Not too much. Not too much.
It's funny.
Not too much. Wait, do I need a 6-foot pole? Cause I think I already have a weapon. I've been a nasty girl. Let me get in and I'll fight our enemies butt ass naked. Thanks, Ars. But it's
nigga.
Thank. Okay, I'm gonna get a bag of 10 golds. We not broke. I feel like lock picks might be useful as well. And then stun immunity sounds fire. I'm gonna get that too. That's my swag. What up, Dimitri? Yo, Chad, not to be a weird guy or anything, but
I think we're good.
Can I get some ones if you're here? Oh wait, Zai has points too. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna get a padded jacket because I'm insane. No, light boots and allows the user to instantly travel to an empty land hex with given distance for a crude shield. I'm gonna get the 6-foot pole, bro. I want all 6. I want all 6 feet.
Let's go then.
All right, chat. Are you ready to embark on this adventure? All right, fast as you. Read this.
2 decades ago, following King Bronner's demise, Queen Rosamund emerged as a symbol of hope, uniting the realms and inspiring a triumphant uprising against the forces of chaos commanded by the sorcerer Vexor. Their victory brought peace to Farul. Today, she has succumbed to madness, ruling with an iron fist and instilling fear amongst her subjects. The citizens burdened by her tyrannical reign whisper of a movement known as the Resistance. This growing rebellion aims to challenge Queen Rosamund's oppressive rule and bring about a bright future to Farul. Why she got a boomerang?
Yo, W voice act. Yo, actual W reading. Actual.
Yeah. Hey guys, I can read.
Actual W. Oh, all right. This is, yo, wait. Who? We should have random niggas in chat come like read out. Yo, Vega, get in.
Oh my God.
Vega, get in Discord and read out.
This nigga Hildegard, get in here.
Come read out Hildegard. Come read out Hildegard.
What the fuck?
Nope. All right, read it. This guy. All right, read that out, bro. You still on stream?
We haven't seen many adventurers in these parts for a spell.
Do we have to talk to him more? Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll stream it then.
I do believe it's been 20 years since the Chaos Wars, ain't it? I almost missed that little scoundrel Vexer. He was a right delight next to what we were dealing with these days. Heavens me.
Waiting.
I take a wee bit of wine.
Waiting.
I'd take a wee bit of thunder and lightning over this. Yes, I would. She whispers, in case you haven't heard, it was not well in Farul. A good queen. Move the camera. Queen Rosamond has lost her bleeding mind. Now a simple folk live in terror we do. What has happened to our once lovely queen? Look, if you wanted to help, meet me and Pran and I'll tell you all I know. Won't take long, I wager.
Quest objectives, go to Pran in the Autumn Forest.
Great. Amazing. All right, Hildegard. All right, Fats, what does Gimblebach sound like?
Gimblebach.
What does Gimblebach say in response?
Greetings.
We will find Pran and
I'm not reading none of these tutorials. Nothing to do shit.
All right, thank you, Vega. We'll call upon you whenever you're needed again, Hildegard.
No problem, man.
All right, there's a goblin sniper over here.
You using Vegas in chat? Okay, what are we doing?
I'm going to the goblin.
Oh shit. What?
These red hexes represent the enemy's combat range. This highlight arrow pulling enemies in. Oh, my boys are not here. I'm not fighting.
But to say, I don't think it's my turn.
I'm going to retreat. My turn is ended.
Okay. Welcome to the lands of fart. Nope, don't care.
Lands of fart is crazy.
Watching out for impending chaos. You can see upcoming eventually as it gets in the timeline. However, the chaos echoes in the timeline for more details. There are different types of chaos, each different effects. Okay, whenever these hearts represent your life pool, right? Quest log, yeah, I can read. Character portraits, HUD, armor, health, got it. All right.
What does Balvin sound like?
Yo.
Yoj.
Where's Gimblebach, my check? I guess I could head over. So if I engage in combat with you right there, it should bring you in with me, right? I'd imagine.
I think so. Go check.
I'm gonna.
Oh, it brings in 3 of us.
Does
King's
it?
Eye refuses to fight, it says. He's not there.
Okay, so should we just wait until...
We can wait till that turn. I would retreat.
Yeah, okay, so I'll retreat. Bitch.
There's a crow, be careful!
You can get pulled into combat without your party if you get too far from everybody else. Got it. So you want to keep...
you will get your ass beat.
So you want to keep all your gang with you. And it's still gonna be. It's your turn next, right? Okay.
What's a roll? I have 5 steps. We're beating this fucking bird's ass.
We're gonna kill a crow.
We're gonna ambush. Okay, so I have. So if I. Oh my god, this is hard as fuck. I have to get all 3, which is a 23% chance.
Oh, I see. Okay. L2. Damn. So wait, what's happening? Oh shit.
All right.
Ow.
All right.
All right, chat, we're in combat now, chat. It's Lord Faticus' turn.
Oh my god, there's so many tutorials. Nigga, let me play!
Lord Faticus, I am on the front lines. I expect greatness from you.
I shall play Bishop against the crow. Oh, I can't pick the crow. Against the goblin sniper. Huzzah!
Damn! Ow! Ah! Fuck! Damn! He nigga jumping me! Alright, Gimblebach.
Gimblebach shall use the ray to finish off the goblin sniper. Hadouken!
Let's go,
oh, that
Chad!
nigga dead! That nigga dead!
That nigga dead! Alright. Primary action like attack when these are used up turns over. The spirit with the secondary action items. Support
Enjoy.
actions like healing moves.
Enjoy.
Wildly with okay. Combat timeline is turns right. Armor use to block physical attacks. This is used to block magical attacks. Melee non-range can only be done from the front row. Yes, nigga. Focus can be used by right-clicking the target tile when using abilities. Focus on attack ability, right-click attack. Items can be used on a tool belt, right? Your price says right. If all fails, you do nothing. You made it right. The best adventurers are the nimble adventurers. Keep with light-footing movement, right? Yes. All right.
All right, destroy them, Balvin.
All right, Yoch. I'm gonna. Okay, emote. Okay, I'm gonna smack this Timberwolf. Okay.
Okay.
Come here, fuck nigga. Oh!
So he ate that though.
That was a lot of damage, actually. Thank you very much. Some attacks may move characters and provide you a tactical advantage. Don't sleep on this. This is.
That shit just says don't sleep on it. That's hard.
This shit says don't sleep. This official nerdy ass game tutorial says don't sleep on this.
That's kind of hard. They get a black person working here.
Wait. Look, this shit says don't sleep on this. That's actually so fine.
All right, brother.
I don't
Show
know.
them your might.
I don't know what Zai sounds like. All right, fools. I'm gonna do some damage here.
What's going on, guys? King Zai here.
I've got my 6-foot pole, and I'm gonna put my 6-foot pole in its ass.
Oh, I'm a freak nigga.
I'm a freak nigga. All right. I'm gonna push this Timberwolf.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
Freak nigga activated.
That freaky ass nigga just bodied him. Damn, Zai.
I'm about to hit this nigga with the toe tapper. Hold up. Tap his toes. Oh, that's a buff to a teammate, I guess?
He just freaked all over him. But you saw how hard he freaked right there? Hey! It's my turn again?
Okay, that's hard.
I get to go again?
Yep. Hit the toe tap on him.
All right, I'm gonna get my 6-foot pole and I'm gonna put it in this crow's ass. Okay.
Oh my god.
There is an 18% chance that I could have done that.
So you have 10 gold, and we have this 8, and I get first dibs on the drop, so I'm gonna share.
Oh, thanks, man.
So everybody gets 2 gold, and then you get this.
I got a golden root. I'm gonna take it.
This nigga, bro.
Hooray!
I'm gonna take it.
Chat, our first. Okay, Zai. So what he just did there was an 18% chance he would do that, and he did it twice in a row.
Perfect. That's a beast.
He did it twice in a row. All right. That nigga ain't even moved yet. He in the house still.
Oh, there's a spider over there. I ain't fighting that nigga. He's scary.
Where? Oh.
He level 0 though. Who cares? You can fuck him up. There's leveling in this game, by the way.
Got you. I call being Gimblebach. All right, Ars. Apparently, Ars is Gimblebach now.
I don't know what that means.
He's gonna. I guess he's gonna RP, and then
in the chat.
Yeah. Well,
Mr. Betsy.
I don't know where I'm gonna go.
So where we're looking to go is down here, Pran. Bottom right.
Okay, so I guess I'll just head to you. Surprise!
Surprise!
Oh, a merchant!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I can't afford none of this shit, man. I'm broke as fuck.
But there's a healing pipe that gives. So Gimblebach is the healer class.
Yeah.
And if she uses a heal item, it heals the entire party.
Oh.
So if you ever get a God's Beard, which you can see in the shop,
yeah,
give it to her.
Okay.
The hunting ring. The hunting ring.
Shaq, can we get a Pog? Super healer? Ukulele? Oh, I gotta get.
A uke looks crazy.
I gotta get Lord Faticus the uke, bro. I gotta get.
Ah, what about the bicocket? What? You don't see the bicocket?
Oh, the bicocket. That's a hatch.
Yeah, it's a bicocket, bro. Just, it's bi and it's cocking.
Yo, press one in chat if you're a bicocket. All right. Well, I can't afford shit at that. Of course, you pressed one.
Hey.
What the fuck was that?
Hey, boo boo.
I think you can buy something and give it to another party member immediately as long as they're close to you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can do that. That's for sure.
Hey guys. Hey, hey,
we're traveling.
Hey, guys.
Traveling.
Damn, I got
a nice
set.
day.
Hey, guys.
It's a nice ass day.
Bro, I can go wherever the fuck I want to.
Hey, it's a nice ass day, bro.
I can, bro.
I would love to play this with 4 people. This should look funny as hell.
Do you want to fight this goblin trickster?
Is he gonna pull us in? I don't know if we're close enough.
Well,
if you hover over it, you can see who's getting pulled in. So Zai won't be in it. We kind of need Zai.
Oh, okay. We don't need Zai, bro. That's one nigga.
And then he won't get experience. But all right, fuck him.
Oh, never mind. I would like Zai.
No, fuck him.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'll just pull up on, bro. I got 7, man. I want to use all this walking as a.
Hey, then get some vision on the map, bro. There's a lot of question marks.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Goblin scrapper. This nigga, does he boxing?
He got a knife, bro. I don't think he boxing. He got a fucking
That nigga
knife.
definitely has a knife. Okay. That nigga has a knife.
All right.
Damn, it's ass. Bro, tired. Bro's winded. Hey.
Let's pull me in from here. Yeah. Okay, I'll wait here. And then Zai can. Yeah, there we go. Right. Get in there. Where's he going, bro?
We're gonna
go for the ambush.
Go for the ambush. That's a
27%.
27%. Chat, we got this, right? Cross your cocks. Ooh.
Wow.
Y'all's cocks were not
Y'all
crossed.
did not have the bicocket.
y'all did not have the cocket nor the bi.
It's one nigga, bro.
I told you it's one nigga. Oh! The pride grenade is crazy.
Oh, he confused you. That is hilarious. He confused you with the gay grenade. Now you don't know your sexuality, bro.
Fuck, bro. I might be bisexual now.
You might be Yo, Zai, you might be bisexual in case you didn't know.
Zai, you
might be You got hit with the bisexual bomb.
I'm crying. This nigga is confused. Wait, why
he doesn't know.
Why do I feel like this?
You can't just take it with the B sharp.
Damn. That nigga hated that song.
Hit this nigga with the Ray Bans.
I didn't even do anything.
I love ragdoll.
I didn't even do anything.
Share.
Crude firebomb. Yoink.
This nigga just.
Mine now. I'm about to commit terrorism.
Terrorism.
Right,
There's a goblin sniper and a timber wolf. Gimblebach got the steps on him.
This game is cool.
Very fun.
Goblin sniper.
Oh, I found a herb. Yes, sir.
I found a herb. 3 is crazy. Wow, my legs are broken. I'm gonna go. What? That wouldn't give me vision if I went right here, would it?
Where? Middle mouse ping.
I got some, but not much.
You're not gonna be able to get into the fight.
Oh, you
I
want?
won't start
Oh,
one.
my bad. I forgot what, like,
I'm getting vision. We need experience, brother. Ooh, Tinderton Pier. Test your ability.
You would be inventing it, bro. Terrorism definitely exists. Do you see? There are snipers in the woods, just for no reason.
Snipers in the woods,
just for no reason. If I'm stopping terrorism, if you think about it.
All right, let me see who's gonna get pulled in for this. You're gonna have to start this fight, but I will go.
Yeah, I'll bring
here.
Whenever it's Zai's turn again. I'll bring.
I wonder if I use my thing now, will everyone heal?
What up, Cog?
No, everyone. Wait. Already heal? It didn't work. No one was close enough. Okay. Good test.
W3.
All right, get on. Beat that Timberwolf's ass, bro.
All right, chat.
All right, ambush this nigga.
Chat, cross your cocks. I'm gonna give you time now. Stream
Bye,
delay.
cock.
Stream delay. Chat, cross your cock. Rage.
Hey, they were crossed.
That's how you cross the cock right there. Hey, little.
All right, yeah, you get first turn.
Hey,
Crack his shit.
Hey, little guy. Hey, little guy. Can I boop your nose? Bitch ass nigga.
All right.
Get booped.
Be sharp. Ding, ding.
Yeah, what you trying?
Hey, real quick. I'm taking all the money.
Take it all. That's gimbal buck, bro.
Oh, you can. Ooh, hermit grass. They got the weed on.
I got that Zai.
All right.
Lord Faticus.
5. I'm going to Pran.
Hooray!
Hey.
Vega.
Oh, bring him back.
Vega, get him comms.
Get a job to do.
It's gonna play every time.
This fucking intro song, man. It's kind of hard at this point.
Wine.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, what's the voice? Praise the sleeping gods, there you are. All the sneaking around is tough on me heart. Under orders of Queen Rosamond, the Queen's Guard have been arresting and you run afoul of her. Ghost art seen again. A young lass by the name of Griselle has been captured and is being held at the guard house. She's a good girl, has become something of a hero to the resistance. The poor thing is scheduled for execution. If we're to stand a chance at stopping this tyranny, we must free her. Wow, a little too quick.
The lines are moving too fast.
About
We're forcing the creature to react. We're running around it.
No, he won't do it again. Slow down.
I won't do it again.
Our best bet is to cause a ruckus in town, forcing the Queen's Guard to react. We'll be running around and leave the guardhouse undetected.
Undetected?
What happened? Start ad-libbing?
An old-fashioned brawl at the local tavern always gets the guard's attention. Almost knows I've seen my share of those.
Quest objectives. Cause a commotion at the tavern in the autumn forest.
Oh, and I happen to know the guards are expecting a supply ship at Tinderton Pier today. They'd be mad to see that ship in flames.
Quest objectives. Burn that shit. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Hildegard. We'll be on our way now.
Oh, so there's a quest board, services, there's a merc here and a merc guild. So look at the quest. Ooh, shit. Can you see this?
No, how do I bring that up?
You gotta
be there.
Click on the town. I guess you gotta be at the town.
Oh wait, quest board. I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, we can give some goodies.
What does shatter do?
Kill the green jelly in the autumn forest to get a glass bait. Get a tinder pouch. We create a safe camp, which all party members can focus heal weekend. 20 golden coins. 20 gold. 30 gold. Oh, kill the pirate bomber. Hey, bro, I feel like we can kill one of these niggas, bro.
Alright, what do you want to do? So they got kill the pirate bomber, kill the pirate gunner, or kill the green jelly. I think the tinder pouch is pretty useful, but the money might go crazy because I'm gonna need some of them items.
Let's do the money.
Alright, money it up. Accept it.
Oh, you right
over
there.
Gonna pull up on him.
Alright, chat. We finna go fuck this fire bomber in space.
It's the Merc Guild. Claudia. I could have asked Claudia to work for us. Not Claudia. You a bum.
I don't need you.
Service is an inn, meditation, healer, and a priest.
Yeah, we broke as fuck.
Market. Yeah, I can't buy none of this shit. I'm broke. Alrighty. I'm gonna have my dude wait. I can't move. Alright, intern.
2? 5. God bless. Alright. I'm pulling up on this pirate bitch.
It'll look y'all meaner.
Who's right next to him?
Oh shit!
I got it, bro. I got it.
Okay.
Aha! What do we have here? Stone heroes are Faru's monuments to ancient heroes. They may be visited to gain XP and restore focus. Oh. Good night, Adam.
Night, comrade.
Night, brother. We can restore. We don't need to do it right now, but that's cool for later. All right, someone is here. It's a goblin sniper. Got it.
Fire bomber's level 1. We can still whoop his ass.
This is a
nice day, Gimblebog.
Gimblebog having a good day. Yeah, this is my first time playing this shit, Kagami. It's like a little. What do you call this section of the game? What
Tabletop? It's like a tabletop section.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, like the tabletop RPG, like roguelike game. It's pretty cool. I gotta be. Okay. I won't be able to get that this turn. I can't go further than this.
Ah, damn. We'll wait for you.
It's a roguelike too, so you just go in with these classes. It's one of those like D&D kind of sim games or tabletop sim games.
Inspire.
Gimblebog.
Oh, wait a minute. Can I? If I go. Can you share space? Okay.
Oh, I forgot we can share space.
Oh, damn.
It's raining. It's out of the hill. Fuck.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh, a wishing well. Oh. We finna get some money back anyways, right?
So it's 55% chance of success and 45% chance to get poisoned. Go for it, bro.
Wait.
We have poison healing things.
What's the difference between a shooting and a 3 gold coin?
I don't know.
I'm confused.
I can't pick your 3 gold coins. I don't know how to do that.
I can pick 3 gold coins. Do I get 3 gold coins, or am I throwing those in?
I think you're probably throwing them in.
I'd imagine. I'm throwing in 3 gold coins.
Oh! It increases success chance.
Oh, how many coins you're throwing? Oh. Alright, 60-40. Zai got these.
60-40, 60-40.
Zai got. Let's go!
That wasn't even Zai, that was you.
That's me, I'm the GOAT! Oh, wait, what the fuck?
Oh, wow. That armor, that resistance. Damn.
These are crazy buffs.
And then you can see your stats, too, at the bottom. You have 0 resistance right now. 4 armor. You have the most armor in the party.
Wait, where's the armor at?
So at the bottom, you see the 4 little numbers, the 9400. The gray 9, the blue 4. Bottom of the screen under your character.
Oh, over here. Got it.
Yeah. If you hover over it, it tells you more.
Yeah.
But you might need some resist, brother.
I'll probably get resist. Yeah, I ain't got none.
Good call.
Start throwing spells at me and shit. All right, we all here? We all here?
Yeah, we are.
You and the. Okay.
Yeah, it does. If you hover over me in the little barn, yeah, we good.
Oh, I can't even do this.
Next turn.
All right, Faticus.
And it's daytime. Let's get it. 40% chance. He's got 4. Okay, there's 4 people. I'm not ambushing. We're gonna just fight.
4 people is crazy.
We just gonna fight.
Hey, what's up, fuck nigga?
Oh shit.
Okay. All right, Chad. This is our first real combat. It seems like.
All right, I'm gonna toe tap her on Zai, so you can skip up the line.
All right, Zai.
There we go. Get up there. Go crazy.
All right, Zai. This is on you.
Who are we gonna focus is the question.
Oh, I can wait. Interrupt. What is it? I think it wants you to. I actually don't know the difference between interrupting and pushing.
Hover over that little thing that says on perfect. Like,
what?
On perfect. Interrupt alters the target's turn to be at the end of the current round.
Oh.
And then if you click push, and then you can see what that will give you.
Okay. Interrupt does it. Okay, so I want put further.
What does push do? See what push does.
Trying to. There we go.
On perfect, it phases them, and it moves them back one tile. But that's an 18% perfect. So.
I think I'm gonna interrupt then.
Also, this is where you can use the focus. So the yellow icons under the eyes. I think if you right click, you'll use one. It gives you a guaranteed. Yeah. So it'll give you a guaranteed when you use a focus. So now it's just a 56. So if you want to guarantee something.
Oh, okay. I use 2. Okay. So if I hold it down, I refund it. Okay. I think 56 for chances. I like.
Going for it.
I like my odds.
All right.
Come on, sir. I just missed it.
Oh no! Oh no!
I was trying to stop that from happening.
Oh, no.
She had a gun.
She missed.
No, Batman. Blade Runner is this Sunday.
All right, I got the Ray-Ban. Fuck. I'm hitting this heavy because he doesn't resist the beam.
-6 ain't bad. Okay.
He has 4 armor, and Pirate Bomber has 3 resist. So we have to be careful because like I have 2 mage characters.
Right.
So we gotta split this work.
So I should focus on the niggas with less armor or more armor?
You also have a taunt.
I do have a taunt that I could. I guess I'm our tank, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 4 fucking armor. Yeah, sure
I
are.
definitely are tank. Who are we scared of damage wise?
I can't check their numbers.
Yeah.
Can you stun?
I could try to stun somebody.
So the next 2 people who are attacking are the Bandit Heavy and the Pirate Bomber.
And the Bomber, right?
So you can pick who you want to like stun.
I'm gonna try to I feel like the Bomber has an AOE. He's throwing bombs, so I'm gonna try to stun her.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use a focus for it too.
80%. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
If I throw this, then I'm a bitch. Let's go!
Good stun.
Oh my god! I should have stunned him!
Hey, no! We're gonna rock his shit.
I should have stunned him. Oh.
Nah. We're on his ass.
That nigga is horrible. Yeah, he hates music.
We're on his ass.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Oh, that's not that bad. This is bad. Oh, good distract.
That wasn't even me.
He turned up.
That was design. He did not his own.
He just be doing that?
He just be doing that. That nigga say, yo, turn up, we in here. Where the bitches?
We in here, turn up. Where's the bitches?
Yeah, remake. All right, Gimbal Bach.
Can
pull
I
out
move?
that bimble cock. I think you can.
What? Yo!
What's up, bro?
I will just hit the yam meter on him.
Okay.
All right.
You're low on health. Looks like you're gonna need to quick pick me up, find the nearest inn, or use a god spirit. Nigga, stop backseating. Okay. So next up is this guy. So if I kill him, he won't go next turn. He's dead. So I'm going to. He's dying.
Hopefully his armor.
Yeah! Fuck, nigga.
Big crit. All right,
wait,
here we go.
Big crit.
Oh wait.
Say that again.
Don't fucking do that shit to me.
Wait. Big
fantastic.
Big crit.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Why you say it like that, bro?
It's fantastic.
They're a fucking rock nigga. It's fantastic.
Say that again. It's fantastic.
God damn, what a stupid fucking movie.
Okay. All right. Next up is Pirate Bomber.
Gimbelbach.
I'm going to try to interrupt her again.
All right, go for it. Good luck.
Oh,
D6.
Oh my
Hell.
God. Hey, at least
you did damage.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Bomb! Fuck! Yo, Zai?
You're immune. Oh, Zai's in hell.
Hey, Zai. It's been nice knowing you, twin.
Zai, you might be in fucking hell, brother.
It's been nice knowing you, twin. Chat.
I'm gonna go on the pirate gunner.
07's for my boy Zai, chat. 07's for twin. 7's not bad. Zai! Oh, okay.
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
Oh, she's shooting.
Zai!
Oh, fuck. Oh my god.
Boy, they
put that nigga down.
They killed my nigga, boy.
They done
killed my nigga, boy. They done killed my nigga, boy. What the fuck? These niggas done killed my nigga, boy.
I gotta revive.
Oh shit! Twin back!
I had to use one of our hearts, so we have 5 left.
Okay. Twin is back.
They done
Kill
killed
my nigga, boy.
Man, what the fuck? That
Boy,
shit is
these
so
niggas done killed my nigga, boy.
I love this. That shit is so funny with the goddamn shrimp.
All right. This will interrupt. I'm not gonna use the focus this time because this will work.
Encouraged.
That nigga. Wow.
No way.
Yo,
No
Zai,
fucking
you
way.
You a bitch, bro, and I love you, but like, twin,
You fell off, nigga.
You definitely fell off.
That buy bomb got you changed, bro.
All right, Balvin. Just bop this nigga, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Big day. And a date.
And she
yeah.
did. Let's go. We needed that. That was huge. Let's give it the tour.
All right.
All right,
I
chat.
can't kill her. I
I have an announcement, chat.
But I know who can.
The reason why Beyonce could not make it to the DNC tonight
Oh fuck.
is Beyonce will be on my stream in an hour.
I fucked up.
Friends? We good,
That's
bro.
fine. It's fine. Oh shit, she's shooting.
Watch out!
Okay. Okay, we're good. It's him
All
with
right.
the magic
Give
ray.
the book. Nice. That's actually huge. All right.
Crack that bomber, dog.
That bomber is going in the dirt. Fuck, nigga! Oh. Yeah! That
bomb should still blow up on them.
That bomb should go off. That shit. The fuck?
All right, Kai.
And we gonna kill this gunner.
Can you change your weapon? I don't think the 6-foot pole good. I think that shit's some ass.
I don't know why I brought this shit, but this nigga.
It'll kill my nigga, boy.
Oh fuck! Not all of us.
Oh shit!
Not all of us. Block.
Okay, that's not bad. Of course you. Oh shit.
Weave.
Woo.
Bro,
I'm scared of that gun. I ain't gonna hold you.
Bro, kill this motherfucker.
Hold up.
Oh shit, we finna turn up. Gimbal buck. Party heal. Oh, I'm horny. Why didn't I get
Oh, you're not in the aura.
You know
the
what?
aura.
I have loved the L aura for me. You know what's fine. Y'all needed it more than me anyways. Nice.
Oh shit. Yep. All right.
I'm gonna let Zai. I believe in Zai can finish that
Okay.
off. I'm gonna start working on this Archer over here because she needs to
I got
go.
you.
Yeah, it's little 7.
So good.
Zai can't fuck this up. Zai can't fuck this up. There we go.
Ooh.
There we go. We
Oh
needed
my
that.
god. Put her in hell. I'm a toe tapper you, Belvin.
Oh, bet. Yeah, I'm back, fuck niggas.
Alright.
You know what? I could probably
What's this
stun her. Or stun him. And just skip over him entirely. Be risky.
You wanna go for it, go for it.
It's the same. It's the same chance of a bash critting. So, but don't worry. I'm not even. You know what? I'm not even worried. I should be. I should have just hit him, bro. Fuck.
Oh no.
Shut. Ow.
We'll heal in town.
It's fine because he won't go again.
Oh no.
So he might.
The way he dodged was too slick.
Hey, bro, I'm bringing the loot out.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Oh, it's magic.
I forgot this nigga was a bard this entire time.
This nigga's magic.
I forgot he was. I forgot that was the whole reason why I picked him. Was he's a
It's
fucking,
an AoE move, dog.
Yo, this fight would have been a lot
Balvin.
different.
We didn't know.
I totally forgot that.
We didn't know.
Bar. Oh, that would.
Wow, he could have made that fight so much easier, dog. I ain't gonna hold you.
Totally forgot. I just sold us so much.
Oh fuck. Gotta just know.
Hey, over here. Oh, that did not work.
This nigga is too powerful.
This nigga's a goat, bro. There we go.
Nope, put him down. Hit him with his eye.
Hit him with his eye. Hit him with slow jams. She wants the Marvin Gaye, the Luther Vandross. Hey!
That nigga full. Alright, we'll share this. This is a lot of money.
Healing rod.
Yo,
That's
pass
for you.
that.
That's for you, twin.
I'll take that and I'll pass it over. Yes,
Yo.
bro.
Healing rod is huge for the tour, and we got money.
I'll split that with everybody.
Let's fucking go, bro.
All right, we're close enough so that I can pass this weapon off. Healing rod. Gift to Gimblebach.
Can we get some W's in the chat? Can we get some W's in the chat, bro?
All right, sick. Okay.
Can we get some
So
W's
that's
in the
done.
chat?
We need to cause a commotion and we need to light this shit on fire. So we still gotta do that.
Okay.
So we gotta go down. What the fuck is this foot race? See this?
Huh? Oh, wait, oh shit, test your abilities. Wait, that's not lit. Cut the fucking burgers on.
Oh, and make sure you do the Stone Hero so you can get your things back.
I'm gonna go pay tribute. Not with Zai though, he didn't deserve it. That's going to Balvin, unfortunately. I fear. About to go to this inn and sleep. Nah, I'm playing. Where are you going to next? The foot race?
Yeah, let's go down there and then we can use one of our resting things to heal.
Oh, hey, that nigga's
oh, you made some money. Bro made us some money.
Oh shit, the locals here are putting on a foot race. You can join for a small donation, win a prize if you make the top 3. 4%, 2, yo, okay. You will lose XP if you fail this race.
Not if I, burner it.
If you put the burners on though, you have a high chance to
I put one.
Okay. Let's go!
So close to first. Still a
Second
dub.
place is huge.
6 gold.
I call it a dub.
6 gold is a lot in this broke economy.
For the break.
Hero of Farul for the king, master. Whoa, master.
I don't pray to no master. Alright. Hooray! Oh, I got XP too.
And full focus. God damn.
Alright. Where we going next?
We're still going south to here.
Okay.
Henderson Pier.
Gotcha. I'm not gonna lie.
Atticus has all the money, so I'm gonna send him to the shop.
I'm not gonna lie. This will be mad addicting off stream. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a roguelike, and you can unlock other classes and shit.
This game seems like it would take my life away, dude. Oh no. I love games like this.
Okay, let's see. I'm looking at the shop to see if there's things we might want.
Yo, is anybody in chat playing that Wukong game?
I'm buying God's Beard.
That'd be good for us.
I'm also going to buy... Do you want one of these weapons? There's a wood tower shield.
I don't know. What are the stats on it?
Taunt and armor up neighbors. +1 armor, +1 resist, +1 party armor. -5 speed, move, immunity, and skill guard. I'm buying this for you.
Yeah, that'd be better than my current shield.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now. Give it to Balvin. All right. That was worthwhile. That was good. I can't check the quest board, so we gotta do these quests. We gotta finish out. Ooh, inspire boost. Yo, there's a pipe smith. He's selling crack.
Selling crack?
I don't know what he got, but Senzai over there, dog.
You're not gonna believe this.
Beyonce! Beyonce _TV is insane. By the way,
not gonna believe it.
You're yo, these niggas love you.
You're not gonna believe it, Chat. But Beyonce is here. I told you guys. I told you guys. This man's
Yeah, he's making
is
us some money, I ain't
recovering
gonna lie.
by making money and getting health back. Chat, Beyonce is here. Hey, Beyonce. Don't flirt.
Oh, I can go burn the ship.
You can?
With Gimbal Ball.
Oh, yeah. Don't just stand there, dear. Oh, so like,
I'm gonna
voice that, Brett.
Nah, I'm gonna cash out.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
69. Let's go! We're terrorists! Excellent! The Queen's Guard will see it all the way from town. Chat, Fats burn the ship down.
What's going on over there?
Oh shit, the Queen's Guard.
He is here. Alright, we need to group up and heal so we can fight these niggas.
Yeah, we have to fight the Queen's Guard. Ars, bro, shut up. That's not you, that's Beyonce.
Oh, yeah. We're all in.
Allies
And
are-
one's Queen Guard. Alright, this is gonna be hard.
Oh, we fighting this?
We can you're gonna drop one to ambush.
Okay.
Bah humbug.
Humbug.
Oh, we can jump on this rat.
Over
Distract
here!
him. Good block.
No, Ars, you
All
can't. Ars, you can't create another account and play as another person and then drop the bid after one message. You gotta lock the fuck in. That is Beyonce.
What does this do? Perfect.
Hi guys. Hey Beyonce.
It's one flip? Oh, that's crazy.
Chat say hi Beyonce. Critical.
God damn.
That's actually huge.
Distract.
Over here,
Good
fuck
shit.
nigga.
Ouch. Good tanking. Alright, whoop that nigga ass.
I have a God fear still. I can give it to you. Can I give it to you from here?
I don't know.
Right click it? No. I probably can only use it. Well,
Yeah, you
okay,
can only just
I'll-
use it, man. Just use it. It's fine. I'll buy some more.
Yeah, I need that. I've got God's beard. Now I'm gonna fuck
By
this nigga
Odin's
in his-
beard.
By Odin. by Odin's fade. And over your head? No, I'm not. Bitch, we locking in over my head. Or play. Yo, hey Zai, play that shit. Damn it, Zai. Better than nothing. What's Jay-Z like in real life? A very bad person.
You on that capitalist cock, bro? What's up with you?
I don't think Beyonce would say that. I think she loves her husband.
Hold that.
Hold it. Good lord.
Alright, share that money.
Oh, alright.
Dancing Nettle grants 2 additional secondary actions. Take that. I don't know what that means.
That's just, I don't think I could use this really, because I only attack in my shit. Secondary action is the non-attack stuff that I don't ever do. So I'm gonna do
Okay, so pass that to Faticus. Yeah, he can take it.
Oh! Burn immunity, ice immunity, wet immunity. This nigga gets no pussy. This nigga has.
Hey, you know who that's for? Lord Faticus. No box.
This nigga is immune.
Look at his face on the map now, bro. Boxless.
That nigga is immune. Lord Balvin is right there. Why don't you kill your self-confidence?
Also, your pings are still on the map.
Oh yeah, I get rid of those, bro.
You have to go to them and then just ping over them. I'm doing that right now.
I mean, now that it's just one of these niggas, we think we can handle. Or it'd actually be him and the garter snake. Right.
Look at that garter snake's a bitch.
Oh, no, I'm lying.
You can do this
It wouldn't be. I'm lying. I'm not like shit. I can provide for Lord Balvin. Guys, you're not gonna believe this TikTok, but Beyonce is rizzing me up on my stream right now. Come to my live, give me a galaxy, then you'll see Beyonce's.
Not the galaxy. Time is running out of our quest? What the fuck?
What quest? Oh, cause a commotion at the tavern. Oh, we have to go that way anyways.
Tavern.
We have to go up there. We have to get past them regardless.
It's up there? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, yeah.
Good luck to us.
Guys, I'm live right now. My girlfriend will shake her ass every time I die in Fortnite. Coming to live right now. Guys, coming to live right now. I'm getting naked for every galaxy. Guys, coming to live right now.
Stop, bro.
Guys, my girlfriend does not know that I'm playing Fortnite right now, and if she gets mad at me, she has to twerk. Guys, coming to live right now.
What the fuck is going on TikTok, bro?
Guys, come to the live right now. Have you guys not seen these? So I was telling We don't have much time.
That's like it looks like we're one step closer to our impending doom. Keep an eye on your chaos level. Don't let it get out of control. Okay.
I guess if you have a girlfriend, I guess I'll leave. Oh God, I just fumbled Beyonce. Damn. Bye Beyonce. Bye Beyonce.
Nigga, there's a ghost down here.
I know there are ghosts now. What the fuck, Spooky?
I got scared.
Find herb.
Oh yes. W. All right.
We all here now?
Yeah, we here.
All right.
And it's just him? Just fight him. We can just fight him.
What's up, boy? Since when does thou have a girl? I don't. I was role playing.
What's with the haterism in your chat?
I do not have a girlfriend. Chat hey, to that bad bitch lurking right now, I'm still single. DM me anytime.
Damn.
We might actually be able to kill him before he ever goes. Never mind.
Armor.
Balvin just sold us. I will. Blade your senpai. I said the bad bitch in my chat. Oh, that nigga.
Oh shit.
Hit me, bitch! I'm immune! No, I'm not.
God damn.
Not immune to the damage, though.
Perish!
Light work.
Chair. He didn't drop shit. He's a bum.
Niggas, Queens ain't paying niggas no more.
Alright, we gotta get to that tavern. Jeremy and his friends haven't paid their tab in years. Okay, Jeremy.
Oh, wait. Whoa.
Oh, what's the fight cost?
Hold on.
Oh, you wait for us? Alright.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what's over there.
Just walk out. Just walk out.
There's three bad bitches in chat and they're all taken. That's not good. How would you know that?
Alright, I created a safe spot so we can
this
rest.
is actually sick.
Save camps last for 8 turns. You can be used by anyone to regain health or focus, so you can rest or meditate.
So we can all do that.
Hell yeah.
We can all do
Every
that
pop,
before
every
we
pop.
fight. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna
Rest.
Meditate is focus.
If you rest, you get everything. That's what I just got.
Oh, so what does meditating do? Your turn?
I don't fucking know, man.
I don't know. Okay. Or not in your turn.
About to try it with Gimbal Bach. We'll see. Oh, all focus.
All focus.
Mainly focus.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Alright, you can walk over here. Yeah. Alright. And then I'll start the fight.
Madison Beer is in chat. That's who your idea of a bad bitch is? You could have said, oh shit. Whoa, hey you.
Jeremy.
Your face, well, this guy's doing, hey you. Your face looks like a beastman's arse. Ha! Good one. Right, boys? Wench, another ale. Oh,
Lord, please hurt him badly.
I'm racist and my name is Jeremy.
All right. I don't like the fact that these niggas are half naked. Jeremy a freak.
Why, yo, imagine pulling up to the bar and you in a full fit and all 3 of your homies is shirtless. These niggas are not here for the bitches. They are here for the party night.
It's done.
Oh, Gimbal Buck.
Turn
Now,
lost.
well, guess what? This is our first time
Oh,
fighting.
put it on Tipsy Pirate. Put it on Tipsy Pirate.
Tipsy Pirates.
The one that hits Jeremy too.
Wait, we mean put it
I would
on.
say this one. The one next to Jeremy. Oh fuck.
I tried to do my other move, I didn't do it. Hey, over here, fuck nigga. That nigga
flipped.
What the fuck?
Oh, he going crazy. Hold on. That
fuck?
backflip is hard.
What the fuck is this? This Tekken character.
These freak ass niggas, bro. Speaking of Tekken, I'm getting back into it, bro.
Yeah?
I'm coming back.
We back? Damn, that was huge. That's the only fighting game that I'm good at, so let's do it, bro.
Alright, she's hit that nigga with the jams.
Arson, I'm literally with the woman of my dreams. Guess what? I'm mad at you. You don't deserve it. Kidding, man. You deserve it, man. I love that this guy's name is just Jeremy. You know he's an asshole.
It's just Jeremy, bro.
You know he's an asshole. If they're in a RPG setting, a fantasy world, and they have a name like Tom or Jeremy or Chad, they are the most annoying people you ever fucking meet. All right, I'm gonna stick the
hit him up.
Stick the AOE on these guys. Kind of chip them down a little bit. Weave, oh, Zai, saucy. Then I'm gonna have Balvin.
Kill that dude.
Oh, with the pirate?
Yeah.
All right. Oh yeah, he's dead. Hey!
Oh, damn, his clothes fell off, bro.
I beat this nigga clothes off. Hey, Jack.
Damn.
Hey, Jack, can I be honest? I watched the main episode of Edgerunners last
Nice
night.
block.
I watched the main episode, guys.
Oh shit! Finish him.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill him. Fuck Jeremy. Or actually, no. I'm gonna save my AoE for these guys, and I'm gonna have Balak for Jeremy.
Okay, yeah, you have the space for it.
Yeah!
Oh, damn.
Now Jeremy, you
Jeremy,
dead, boy.
He stepped on it.
You're blocking everything. These niggas can't fight for shit.
They drunk, bro. They don't know. All right, I'll kill Jeremy.
Finally, we killed Jeremy.
Why he staying back up? What the fuck?
The fuck? Yo, hey, bro, you're dead.
bro,
Hey,
bro, you're supposed to be dead.
Line. God damn.
Yeah, Gimmelbach go crazy.
Gimmelbach is, that healing rod is nuts.
Jeremy, you're dead.
Jeremy, yo, we get Jeremy's sword?
That sucks dick.
That is 20% crit chance and -5 luck. Has a shove, stun, and interrupt. And what? Oh, +1 primary action though. That means you
I'm
can
pass that if you want it.
means you can attack twice with this. Go.
Yo! Rob that nigga. Rob that nigga. Rob that nigga. Rob that nigga. Rob that nigga.
Portal scroll
Creates a magic portal to your current location to a destination you're choosing with a small radius.
Oh,
a teleport if you have high intelligence. I guess I'll take it.
You can just fight a nigga with a. Hey, Zai can use that if he needs to. It's breakable. He said.
Yeah. If you roll bad, it breaks.
Broken bottle.
So like this, if it's only one coin flip and it's agility based. So you can see that Lord Faticus 3 has 80 agility. He'll have the best chance of using it. But if you roll bad, it breaks. So I'm gonna pass it to Faticus.
Yo, what up? Yo,
He'll take it.
Good morning, Nuku.
Ooh.
2 armor
Damn,
and 1
super tank, bro.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy, you stupid bitch.
What up, Teddy? Your sub is gone. You know how to
she
wait.
freaky.
Oh my!
Retro raggy.
That felt good.
Freak ass.
I see you found his pouch of gold. Don't mind if I take some of it to have his tag.
Oh, god damn it.
Nigga.
Give me 1 second. Playing a D&D game with Balvin.
What?
It's pretty fun.
You have to go.
No, text my girlfriend.
Oh, let me text my back. Hold on.
Yeah, true.
I am
Hey, we leveled!
making millions of dollars right now, babe.
You have a real gift for violence, don't you?
Doing real nigga shit.
Alright, we can go to the guardhouse now.
I'm on the block with the bros.
What?
Hey, this your first for the King playthrough.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Pleasure doing business.
What the fuck?
Nigga!
Yo, we just got trolled.
Yeah, we did.
We got edged. We had 100.
Alright, I'm walking
What was
over.
his tab? She should have shot that.
walking over.
Should have shot that nigga. What the fuck you mean?
Should have shot him, bro.
Yo,
We're
Teddy,
level 1 though.
Hold on, everybody calm down. Teddy with the primer? You could have used that prime anywhere else, buddy, but you use it here, and I appreciate that. Mwah. Thank you for the 2 months. This is my first time playing this game ever. Fats just bought it for me, and we're doing my first run. This is, yeah.
I bought it for myself just now too, bro. I never played this.
Oh shit, he bought it.
I played the first one, but I never played this one.
I haven't played the first and
Yeah,
second one.
This is definitely different from what I remember.
This is my first
All I know is that dungeons are hard as fuck and we might die.
Infiltrate the guardhouse in the forest. That's over. Oh, we're going there next. Is that
The
our-
guardhouse, yeah, right here.
Okay. And I also have a code to give away since Mr. Just Do It gave me one. I'm gonna hold that code though, if you don't mind. Just do it because it's my code. But I think I know someone that would like this game, and I'd probably go their way. Dungeons
All right,
are
let's
fun,
get in there.
smiley face. Does that mean we're gonna die?
Yeah, probably.
Guide us, Lord Vaticus. Alvin stopped texting me. Oh wait, seems awful quiet in here. I guess it worked. Oh, I can't look. Be careful. Is this a? Oh, this is a dungeon. Okay. All right.
Yep.
All right, chat. First dungeon time.
Here we go. So how
Chat.
the dungeons work is you fight, you go to the next room, something happens.
Yup, we're dead.
Oh my god. Oh
No.
my fucking god.
We're dead. We're dead.
No. We all go first. We all go first.
We're so fucking fried.
Okay, so the Queen's Mage, they have a lot of resistance on magic, but the soldiers don't. So Zai should be focused on the Queen's Mage in the corner.
Yeah, to get all three of them.
Right, and I'm going to hit this Queen Soldier with magic.
That's big. Okay, not bad.
I'm gonna double magic him.
That's nice. Hey, we're at. I take it back.
Hey, I believe in us. I believe in
us.
us.
Being a bitch.
Bro was dooming for real.
I was dooming on main. Okay, wait. This does. Oh, this ignore. This has a 44% chance to ignore distances. Okay.
Okay, so if you can,
If I can
I would
hit-
drop a focus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one. 74%. Let's go.
God damn it, man.
He just blocked that shit.
They ain't
Crack
gonna.
one of these hoes, bro.
They ain't gonna block this though. They ain't gonna block this though. They ain't gonna block this though. Bitch ass nigga, you stand up. Ow! That's it. Weak ass shit. Do something. Oh, immune, fuck nigga.
All right, we're good. We're
These
good.
niggas ain't on nothing. He did not like that song. He did not like that song.
He did not fuck with that beat.
Kill that soldier with that raid, bro. Hashtag boom him.
Ah,
Nice.
damn.
That's not bad.
This should work. This should work.
Zai should be able to finish that. Yeah. God damn it, Zai! That nigga full.
I love the ragdoll, bro. That shit's funny as fuck.
Oh my god. Okay. Fuck it. Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Oh god.
Hey, over
Distract,
here.
good distract.
Over here.
I'll take it. I have so much resist. All right.
This nigga said
If I get a perfect.
He said he played Logic. Killed that nigga. Nice.
Still. Yeah, we can make this happen.
Yeah, they should be dead soon. This nigga Zai can't roll a perfect for nothing. Oh my god.
He really can't.
Don't
Crack
worry.
this nigga, bro.
I was gonna knock nigga head off. Hey, fuck nigga. Ow. Man, they slump over. He's killing me. 16 gold is huge.
There.
Use the herb to cure
Panac.
poison? Oh.
You don't have one, so I would take that.
Okay.
I like that it shows how many people have. Oh,
Gain
free
14
experience.
XP?
Who has the lowest? It's okay. So Zai has 73. That's a 69. Balvin has 81. Gimbal has.
I think you should just
I'm gonna use it on
here.
stats.
Yeah, catch up.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome
Keep an eye
to
on
the
the
dungeon.
timeline to know what's next.
All right. Next up, you're able to take a breather after each combat treasure or encounter.
Oh, and I got the
Another
party
floor,
heal.
you'll be able to
Okay.
connect to their past the rest. Oh, you set up a camp in here. One or two.
I'm good to go. I'm good to
I
go.
think we can hold this shit for now.
I think the cam we just used kind of like worked mad good.
Yeah, that doubled up for both.
Oh,
of
what's
you.
this? Oh, strength check?
Oh, this. I have. Oh wait, remember them lock picks that I brought?
Hey.
Should I use one? Should I try to
I think you can bash this if you use a
60%
focus.
chance. Yeah. Oh man.
I would have took the.
Fuck.
This motherfucker can't bash. I have how much strength? 55. I have to pass. He's got 81. Drop a focus. 66. Let's just take the 66.
91% chance success.
Please don't. Please don't L out. Please don't L
Zai,
out.
I swear to God. Let's go,
Okay.
bro.
That'd have made me very
I
sad.
don't know
ain't
why
gonna
Zai
hold
is so fucking strong. That nigga is a monster.
you. When he wants to be.
He be playing that loot like a madman. Okay.
Mad at y'all in here.
What y'all be doing in here?
Free Fest 5.
Freak Fest 5 with 2 Timberwolves should be illegal.
Yo, wait a minute.
Yo, Freak Fest 5 with this many dogs in here.
Oh, there's a spot on the map that looks like it's like armored. You see it?
Oh, the blue tile? Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see if I can move. Oh, you can move and attack. Okay, sick.
Oh, you can move and attack? Oh, shit, okay.
I didn't know that at all.
Fucking dog. Alright, Belvin. I can just kill the soldier, I guess. Get him out the... Well, I'm gonna let Zai kill the soldier. I'm gonna smack this mage.
Smart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, fuck. Oh, damn. Dazed. Hell yeah. Turn skip.
Then I'm gonna go on the wolf and... Well, I'm gonna focus him, actually. Then the wolf will hit the process.
Smart.
Let's go, Zai!
Finally a perfect.
He played Splinter Lucas.
No way.
Yeah, it hurts.
Shock? What's shock do? Oh my god, it makes me automatically fail one.
Oh.
You know what? I got this goddamn bottle.
Shit, oh shit. He got the
I'm about to stab the shit out somebody.
This nigga left the wizardry behind and he finna start stabbing niggas.
Over with. What are you niggas is dead?
Lord Faticus is the D1 crash out. For Lord Balvin. What up, Body Burger? How you doing, bro? For Lord Balvin. Whoa! Y'all niggas really ain't shit is the fucked up part. And you dead.
Oh my god.
Smack the dog.
Sleep.
And then,
I'm gonna stab the dog. Don't worry about the dog.
Okay, so I'll go for the AoE attack here then. All right. Well, that's better than nothing, I guess. Zai, you gotta get back. You gotta go back to school, bro. Something.
I'll have to move to the front to be able to stab. Yeah, y'all fucked up now.
Okay, you got that. You got that.
Damn! A 12?
I'm stabbing the fuck out of these niggas, bro.
You stabbed the fuck out that dog. Hooray! 9 is crazy. Yo, Zai is getting mid.
Get the ranger.
Yeah, ranger. Here, boy. Bonk. And then Zai can hit both of them. If he snap blood, okay, huge.
Hey.
You're moving to Sweden? Oh, the fucking...
Oh, you fixed it?
I fixed it? Yo,
Blacksmith go crazy.
Blacksmith is actually fire. Wait, what?
Blacksmith go crazy.
I mended his bottle. That's so cool. Oh,
Apprentice hat.
Another one?
Yeah.
I don't...
You can give it to Gimbal.
Okay.
Or Zai.
What
you want to do?
I might take this shit myself. No,
hey, go for it. Wait, what is your helmet gives you stun?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. Okay.
And then I'll pass it to Zai.
Mending a broken bottle is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
You put a tape on it, bro.
Fuck? Ooh.
Scholar, I'm gonna pass that to Zai. Then make him use it. There we
Okay,
go.
Zai. Another one?
Is that another one?
That's another one. Yeah, I just use this. I'll pass it to
Balvin has the least,
Yeah.
so we'll pass it to Balvin.
You're moving to Sweden Saturday? Yo, congratulations. That's really cool.
All right.
Crazy.
I think I'm a party you.
And good luck as well. Where are you moving from, mind me asking? That sounds like an adventure.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
That's an amazing change.
Ooh.
Oh, lockpick this.
Ooh. Open? Oh, I don't think I have to. Open.
Don't be a demon. Don't be a demon. Don't be a demon.
Let
Don't
me
be a
just.
demon.
Whoa, we're rich.
$6.
Ooh. I might have been. Ooh, old helm, dazed immunity, armor resistance.
This gives you stun, daze immunity, so I guess both. I can put that on Gimbal.
It gives you both? No, just
Gimbal. Let me see.
Just date. I don't think Gimbal has anything. It's just a hat.
So you just sell that shit then.
Okay.
Just take it.
It's probably because I was sitting there. I was out of focus, Ars.
I'm passing this to you. I'm passing this to you.
HP regen?
Yeah, I'm passing that to you.
I should be good now.
Boggling spear.
Oh. 1 plus armor, 6% crit chance, 0 to 10 physical.
It has a cleave on it as well.
Oh, AoE attack. I might use the Balvin. I think you just change weapons.
Okay.
Scenarios.
It can break too, so be careful.
Yo.
Whoa.
Okay. This
Whoa.
is definitely going to Balvin.
Balvin wear. Wait, no, that's not a Balvin item. Fuck.
Oh, why is it not?
I was using intelligence.
Oh, and I'm
Press I. So press I to open your inventory.
Yeah, I know. I play video games.
My bad, bro. My bad. You might be. You know, I'm stupid sometimes. I don't know, bro.
Wait, what did it say intelligence said?
If you hover over it, it'll tell you the stat in the little coin flips sections.
Oh, that's a lot of physical damage right over it. And plus 2 armor. Who has most intelligence?
What does it use?
Wait. Explain again. I'm supposed to know. You
So if you hover over
you
it,
can check. You can check my inventory. Press I, and then
I can look at yours. Oh, I can. I can. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is Boggling Spear. It uses your awareness, which is 65.
The eyeball. Okay.
So that will show you like the coin, because you see on your Smith hammer it's hearts.
Heart. Oh, the eyeball. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, so the eyeball stat, the highest in the party is Gimblebach actually,
Gimblebach,
but
yeah.
she's not going to use that.
Right. Okay.
She's using the healing rod.
I got you.
So you can keep that for now. Fuck it.
Okay.
All right, I think we're good.
Yeah.
All right, boss room.
Oh.
Whoa.
All right, Chad. It's big fight time.
You're wasting your time. The prisoner you're looking for has just been transported.
Your little band of miscreants are committing a serious crime. You will not escape so easily. Yeah, I'm fucking him up with this fucking bottle.
Stab that nigga, bro. Stab him, twin. Stab him, twin.
Fuck, nigga!
Oh!
He blocked it.
Hey, over here! Damn, L. Oh, Zai! Oh, okay, good block. Water?
Oh, you're wet.
I'm wet. Oh, I'm so wet. Oh.
Okay, bro. Okay, man. All right, bro.
I'm just soaking right now, dude. Okay.
We might have to clap the fucking ads.
He has 5 armor. Okay, I can't. I'm not gonna hit him. I'm gonna probably work on his mage. This guy's back here.
Yeah, we can work on the mage.
Since he has no armor, this is my best target. Oh yeah, come to daddy.
And then I'm gonna use the ray onto the Queen's Guard himself.
Oh, you're moving from Finland to Sweden. Oh shit, still nice.
Ooh, mages.
Wow. Okay.
Yo, Zai can focus him.
Yeah, Zai will focus him for sure. What does slow jam do again?
What does slow
Oh,
jam do?
if it's perfect, it ignores the target armor and resistance.
And it interrupts.
I might focus on this low key.
Hey, go for it.
Yeah. 74%. Fuck me, ball. Damn it.
Oh, you didn't use the coin.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, you're right.
Hey, still the damage.
Good block, Calvin.
All right, let me get my loot back. Hit this nigga with the jammers.
Nice. He's almost dead. Whiff. Block. What up, Strap?
Uh-oh.
Ow! They want me dead.
You're a beast. Oh, no.
Weave.
They hate you, nigga.
Okay. Hey,
if you can crack the King's Guard or just go for the mage, though, you're
I'm
call.
gonna go for the mage. Yeah, we have. It's all our. Oh yeah.
Oh, encourage.
Thank you, gang.
Yes. Let's go. All right, hit her with the ray. He's dead.
Bye, bitch. Let's go.
Head flew off, bro.
All right, Zai.
Hell yeah.
Just play your tune on these niggas, bro. Yeah, Zai. Yeah. Uh-oh. Ow.
Dazed? Fuck. But you lose your secondary action when dazed. Okay.
Okay.
It's not that bad, so you just can't move or change weapons. Who cares? Alright, set up for the Zai finisher.
Uh-oh. Bad.
Oh, it pushed me back?
critical is
4. A 4 crit.
5, baby.
Oh my god, his helmet is gone.
I keep going.
Should I kill the dog or Queen Soldier?
Who are you, Gimblebot? Hit the soldier. Hit the soldier.
Okay. Good fucking call.
Good lord. Yeah, and then I can have Zai. I can finish him off. I think.
Yeah, because the wolf sucks.
Never mind. Zai will be missing.
No way.
Hey, over here!
Thank you. Oops, swag.
I love that Zai can just do that. That's
come on, Atticus. I'm in hell.
It's all good. I'm gonna kill
Get the dog. Yeah, perfect. See, we're gaming.
We're
gaming.
We're so locked, bro. Goodbye.
Let's
go, chat!
Alright,
Hooray!
Oh, past that.
Oh, yeah.
Gimblebot.
Gimblebot it up. Invasion. Just take that.
Sure.
Not that.
Another Queen's hat.
Love giving. I'll just take it.
Alright, we're good to go.
Alright, big. It's big chest time.
Come on. Come on, some good shit. What we got?
10 gold.
Nothing.
Oh,
whoa.
my God.
Oh, that's yours. That's yours. Yeah, that's strength. 79. Size 81 for some reason.
I don't know why. I don't know why this nigga Zai is so brolic.
Yo!
Oh!
Yo, 3 plus 3 party evasion.
10 plus gold multiplier, 1 skill, speed and support range, B sharp, power chord, and tempo tantrum? Bro, what?
Tempo tantrum gives a self splash of rush. Power chord gives a self splash of
An attack up group?
Yeah, equip.
Yo, that.
Yo! What the fuck?
Yo,
hey, I'll trade you. Hey, I'll trade you, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, alright, yo.
I'll trade you.
That's crazy.
7 to 19. Death mark immunity. 7 to
7
19.
to 19 on a 2 roll. Oh my
7?
fucking god.
Allows me within range of a combat radius when standing 1 hex away from it.
Yeah, it gives you an extra pull in.
Battle song, defense up group, and attack.
Bro,
up
equip
group.
that shit. Bro, equip that shit. That's crazy. Prisoner manifest. Douglas venture. Oh, it's for the quest.
That nigga Zai just got the restores to perfect health. Oh shit.
Take that.
Yeah,
Take that. That's you.
I'll just take it. Yeah. Another fucking
a stool. We gonna pass that to Bowser.
Hey, Bowser, just throw a stool at one of these niggas real quick. Another loot. This one is like kind of.
We gonna sell that shit. We selling that shit.
What the fuck? They gave us fucking 5 loot.
Holy shit! All right, so these.
Okay.
After a run is done, there's a shop you can go to, and you use the lore books to unlock things like classes, outfits, new missions, whatever.
Okay. Sick. Oh, praise be, you are alive! But we are too late. Grizel has been taken away in a prison cart.
Damn, nigga!
That nigga, how late are we?
Traitor of the crown, you will stand trial in Paris for your crimes against the queen.
You think this carriage can hold me? Just wait until the rest of the resistance shows catches up.
Why is she Meg the Stallion? Oh yeah? That's a funny one. Guards, get them bitch-ass niggas!
Do tell Rosamund I sent my regards when I'm gone, won't you?
Yo, shut up!
You're the hot girl. Well, now you've gone and done it, haven't you? Those guards aren't going to rest till they catch you.
Oh, fuck.
There's no time to waste. Make your way east and beware of Queensguard ambushes.
Quest objectives. Rescue that homie from the cart.
One last thing. Would you be a dear look for my husband while you're out? What the fuck? What y'all he left for the grassland yesterday with his wagon. Hopefully he didn't get tangled up with the Bandit King again.
Quest objectives. Find that bitch-ass nigga in the foothills.
What is going on?
Okay, so there's question marks in the map too.
Yeah, like yeah. There's also
I'm gonna check that. Go to this one.
It could be anything. The fuck? You
trainer.
A battle-hardened warrior stands before you. The master at arms will willing to impart his skills in any adventure for a price. Is that 36 gold?
Oh yeah. No, I'm broke.
That's
You
a
got
lot
it,
of
nigga.
money.
I'm broke, nigga. I ain't got it.
I'm gonna go. Well, I actually will not be going down there. Actually, Zai is tired. He's just leaving.
Hey, achievement unlocked.
Gimbal buck.
I can check the other one.
The fact that I
check the
saw
other
BMW and it wasn't about cars is crazy. Yeah, we not calling Black Myth Wukong BMW.
That's so stupid. What the fuck?
We not calling.
Call it Wukong.
We not,
nigga.
yeah, just call it Wukong. We not calling that shit.
That's crazy.
BMW.
These types of wagons have been used by lords and allowed to select what happened to anyone. So search it. I'm like, ooh, 83.
Ooh, we get.
What is weapon? What?
Oh, it grants additional
Causes
primary
confusion?
action and it causes
Why would-
confusion. So you get attacked twice, basically. Then you're gonna be
Well,
confused.
if you have immunity to confusion, that'll be worth it later.
Yo, bro, you play BMW? Yeah, that's not hard. It's fucking stupid.
Hey, bro, you drive a BMW? That's different.
Where we going? What's our?
So we gotta go to fucking.
You have to go this way.
All the way up there.
Yeah.
So we can go to Ash Haven to check for quest.
Yeah, we can do that.
I think that's a good call.
Look into your first town. Town markets offer a wide variety of goods. Right. Need healing? Yes, bro. Yes, I know. Earlier.
Oh, the thing at the top has changed to Queensguard Wave. So they'll try and jump us.
Oh, they on our ass. Yeah, Chad, I'm not gonna lie. That's why I asked earlier who's been playing Wukong, because to me personally, bruh,
it looks kind of gas.
Visually it looks really fun, or visually it looks really cool, but the gameplay I've been seeing low-key looks like it looks kind of dull. I don't know. It looks like a game that in the beginning you feel really cool and like really badass, but the more you play it, the combat loop kind of looks I don't know. It looks kind of empty. A lot of visual flair though. A lot of visual flair. It looks very like a very saucy game, but I will say, I haven't played it yet, and I probably won't. But the amount of niggas that's, I almost want to play it just so I can be part of the discourse of not calling it a Souls-like, because that game is not a Souls-like game at all. Like, but I think that it's definitely inspired by Souls games. Like they've definitely borrowed some of the, but when I call a game a Souls-like, I mean that it plays like Dark Souls.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what it's supposed to mean.
like, it plays like, but that game, from what I've seen, it borrows some of the general overworld exploration from Dark Souls. Like enemies just chill in the open world and you go fight them. And the respawning mechanic on bosses and shit is similar to Dark Souls, but as far as like the actual combat and gameplay does not look like Dark Souls, or Souls-like rather. Like a Souls-like would be Lies of P, or even lesser known ones like Code Vein or The Surge. Like,
oh my god, The Surge, dude.
Yeah, like
yeah. Oh, I got Code Vein. I gotta play through that.
I never played Code Vein. I did play a bit of The Surge.
It's co-op.
You know what I think I heard was good was The Surge 2. I heard The Surge 2 was a banger.
That makes sense.
Let's see what these quests are though. Boosts of speed, +5 speed, 1 secondary action, 8 evasion for finding a love letter to Pran in the Autumn Forest. 18 party XP. Deliver this letter pouch to my mother-in-law in the Sanctum of Shadow. Why is your mother-in-law in the Sanctum of Shadow?
Shorty going crazy out there.
30 gold to kill the pirate marauder in the Autumn Forest. 40 gold to kill the troll in the Autumn Forest.
Where's the Autumn Forest? Is that?
That's a good question. I
haven't seen it yet. I don't think you.
I would hope it.
It will highlight when you select the quest, though.
Oh, I'm not actually in the town technically. You can view the quest when you're not there, but I can't like accept them.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I can go in and grab it then. Which one you want to do?
Shit. We're close to leveling up, but I feel like if we fight before that, we might level up regardless. I'm down to get more money, Loki. I feel like more money would never hurt.
All right, kill the troll. It is. He right there.
Is that the Autumn Forest?
Yep.
Oh, so it's to the west. Okay.
On the way.
Should probably heal too before we do that.
Oh, true.
Probably Percocet.
Oh, it's raining.
Oh, it's raining. It's pouring. Oh, collapse
Alright,
cottage.
Barney.
Oh,
Skellybard!
Skellybard! Yo.
Skellybard!
Yo, shout out. Yo, that's so. This feel like you designed this nigga. This feel like this.
That's my nigga, bro. Skellybard!
Do we? I guess we want to fight him. Is he by himself?
Yeah, he is. Oh, you wanna spin? Okay, there's only 2 of us.
Yeah, you got shit, right? Yo,
Zai and Gimbal.
You hear that guitar? Zai and Gimbal is a crazy combination.
Some abilities and weather may affect the battle grid. You may not want to stand in that. Okay, so stay out the goop.
Okay. You know what's funny, Ebony? I literally played last night because of that reason. I literally logged back on Diablo because
that's
of
so much damage.
8 to 20 power.
If you spend a focus, it's wraps.
And they gonna be dead if I spend a focus. Even without a focus, it's 60% chance.
It's 81% per slot to get it,
Yeah.
so I think you're good.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's dead.
God damn!
Jesus Christ. Skellybard!
Skellybard!
I think I only had $6.
Nigga was broke as fuck, right? Yeah, no, Ebony, yeah, I literally got on last night for that reason, and I'm gonna start playing again for sure. This season.
You were going to the collapsed cottage?
Yes.
Oh, that's a strength thing. I can't do that.
That's why I'm bringing Zai.
I'm gonna pop the camp here.
Because I've also heard this season the Diablo's pretty good, and that new DLC looks
I still have never beat that game.
Diablo 4.
Yeah, that's because I only played it on hardcore.
Me too. That's actually funny. All my characters were hardcore.
That shit was very
we
fun.
Played.
That shit
we
was
played that.
very. We did. We started a run.
Yeah, we just started a run.
Ain't that how it go?
Hey, it is.
Too many games. Yeah,
because that was when that game first came out too. So that was like the very beginning of that shit.
I'm gonna spend a movement just to get on here and rest.
You know what's cool though? Now in the current with like the seasonal stuff, you can skip the campaign even if you haven't beat it.
Yeah, it's fire.
So it's pretty fun to just like jump back on and play in the season. I think the seasonal like wait, where's the cottage?
Cottage is it's gone.
It's definitely gone. All right, I guess
The weather changed.
Oh.
Or we might not have vision of it anymore. I don't know.
I'll say that the seasonal gameplay of that.
Oh, graveyard for smart
is way better. The campaign is fun one time, but the campaign is also kind of boring in my opinion. In this,
I'm gonna go here real quick, Gimbal. I feel you.
I think that the best part of the campaign is the last act. The actual. Oh wow, nice. That's huge.
Oh hell yeah! +1 magic damage.
The last act of the Diablo 4 campaign is really good though. I think it's an enjoyable campaign overall, but for your first time playing it, but doing it again sucks.
Right. Yeah.
But the seasonal stuff, dude, the gameplay shines so much when just jumping into seasonal characters.
Himmelbach is out of range right now.
Do you have Game Pass code? Can Diablo be a fun single player game? Absolutely. I played Diablo more single player than I did play co-op. The cool thing, you want to fight this troll? That's what we're doing, right?
Himmelbach's out of range.
Okay, then I'll just pull up. I'm flanking, bro. Wait, I'm lying. I'm not flanking. I can't flank.
Oh.
I can't flank.
I think you just chill, bro.
Yo, what up, troll?
All right, here we go. We're going in.
Yeah, Code. No, I played Diablo 4 more solo than I ambush. Good shit.
I spent for it.
I played more solo than I played co-op.
Right.
The cool thing about Diablo 4, or Diablo in general, I guess, but with Diablo 4, even if you play solo, you get put in the in the open world or overworld instant.
He has 109 health.
Right. Right. That is a lot of health. That's light work for. This is the most unique troll design I've ever seen. I think it has a hippo head.
Don't slither like that, bro. He's doing
Why
his
does
best.
that nigga's face look like a hippo? Yeah, whenever you're playing Diablo 4 solo or not, a large part of that game is doing the open world like events and world bosses and stuff. You will always get put in games with other people, just like running around and stuff. So even if you don't have a group to play with, you will like 9 times out of 10 always find people to like do open world shit without having to talk to them. I'm gonna party up with them. They'll just be there doing the same shit as you because the goal is all
If
the
you
same.
can move closer to the middle, that'd be a good idea.
I will do that. I couldn't even hit him from there, I don't think. Oh, wait.
No, he's 4 blocks, bro. He's
that
big as shit.
nigga's just huge. Yes, Code.
I know he about to fuck us up on his turn.
Bonk!
Oh, he's immune.
He's immune to being stunned, yeah. Or dazed. Yeah, Code, literally that.
Shred his shit, bro.
Alright, Zai. Play that shit.
He's dead. 20 damage.
Play that shit, Zai. Play that shit, Twin. Yeah.
Who's critical 23?
Oh, it's,
Zai is our
it's
carry.
wrapped.
This
It's
nigga
wrapped.
Zai with
It's
this
so
loot has
wrapped.
become our carry. That's so crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh!
30 damage.
Gimble bog!
Alright, we can wrap it up. We can wrap it up.
We have to kill bro before.
Hey, hit that nigga with the chair, bro. Hit that nigga with the stool, bro.
With the chair. Hey.
Equip weapon. Hit that nigga with the stool, bro.
Hey, fuck, knock right, knock left. I'm gonna knock right. 69%. You know what? I'm putting a point in this for too. Hey, bitch. Yo, I can move.
Rolled up on him, nigga.
I rolled.
Alright, Zai, finish this bitch.
Hey, Zai. Play that Joyner Lucas, bro. I'm not racist. That song kills.
Not racist.
I'm not racist.
Gimblebach level 2 off that. Whoa, that's you. That's you. That's you. That's you. Oh, a chest.
A chest?
Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Okay.
Let's fucking go. $4. 14.
Whoa.
I didn't like the idle gameplay during dialogue.
Water storm and protect group.
I agree. Sea Star staff. Water storm, protect group, wet immunity. Oh.
Gimblebach.
Gimblebach? Okay. Big axe, more smacker.
Whoa!
60.
Gimblebach again? No way.
Take it, bruh. That's cool. 60% chance, 4% reveals the identity of an unknown landlord.
Oh, thank God.
Can also identify mimics.
Yeah, bro, we need that.
That was a big haul.
And we got cash off that.
Shout out Gimblebach taking that one. See, that guy, you have to beat him before he ever hits you more than once, because one of our niggas was definitely done.
Zai.
Zai with the fat damage. Shout out the stool, bro. Don't forget the stool.
Oh yeah, the fucking. Oh shit, he's
find
dead.
the remains of it. Damn, they done
killed my nigga, boy.
What the fuck?
That shit's funny every
They
time.
done killed my nigga, Mr. Just Do It. Oh man.
Take his shit, bro. Take his shit.
Hey, I'm robbing your ass though, twin. You had $9. You deserve to die. Ooh, wait a minute.
That's crazy to say. One party armor.
2 attack damage.
Yep, you need that.
Chopper. Another scroll.
Yeah, and another one.
A sturdy crook.
This shit got knock right and knock left on it.
Push and hook. You can pull somebody and +3 armor. Damn.
Hagman.
-3
20.
luck.
Put that on just take it and put it on. God damn!
This nigga had so much shit.
He had $10 for everything.
Magic missile. That's a D&D spell, guys, and it's really good.
Oh my
I know that
god.
from Baldur's Gate 3.
All right, I'm looking at the items we got, bro.
Field of Herbs. You find yourself in a verdant clearing where many useful plants grow. Ooh. Ooh.
Nice. What you get? Hey.
Ooh.
This run is going crazy, by the way.
I like this game a lot. This game is very fun.
This game is very fun, man.
Wait, Mr.
All right.
Just Do It. You wanna? You offered to just? You just offered the game share with Arse in my chat. Y'all are in
It's really
love.
nice of you.
Y'all, that is actually like the sweetest thing that's ever happened. In my chat. Usually, y'all are like arguing over dumb shit. But yeah, I think I also, bro, like that Black Myth Wukong game.
BMW?
BMW, yeah. Where are we going? To over there? Okay.
We gotta go to the top right.
Despite all that I said on stream about why I don't want to stream that game, damn. Oh, pause.
Oh, there's a magic merchant. I'm going over there.
The Twitter discourse on that game that has arisen since its release. I'm so good, bro.
Griff City.
My God. It's Griff City over there. Don't worry, chat.
We're about to get jumped in a bit.
I haven't forgotten. I will be going off on my tangent about that Grums nigga later.
Hungry eyes.
So stay up, chat, for the Grums rant.
Game follower. Oh, hell yeah. Get in here, bro. I got a wild
Twin.
eagle.
Oh, Twin, what up, Strap the Goon?
You called the bird Strap. I just caught that.
Close enough. Well, close enough. Welcome back, Strap.
Hey, wait. They got the Queen's Cargo if you've got performance.
Oh, shit.
Talent, 83. Oh, I'm gonna send Faticus there because he's got an 83, dog.
I have 81, bro. That boy's Zai.
Hey, make that money, Zai.
That nigga Zai making.
Get your ass to working, boy.
Yo, bro. Oh, Dimitri. Yeah, trust me, you. Bro, play the game, bro.
Oh, also, you can use a focus to add an extra step.
Oh, really?
There's a witch hut.
Test your abilities and his brain. It's in his brain. I'm not a smart nigga.
Yeah, I'll send Gimmelbach over to that.
I'm a low-key go inside. I'm gonna park it up first.
Oh yeah, I got money to give you if you need it too.
Wine, hair things, focusing stone, vitality ring, heavy sword, queen sword, and spark spear, queen's kite shield. Minus 5 speed, but
Oh, I didn't give you the shield. Oh, I gave you the shield.
never
You equipped it, right?
Never equipped it.
Oh, sell that shit we don't need.
Oh, good point. Okay.
So like,
this up the top.
Jeremy's sword.
Yeah, definitely don't need this bullshit. Ooh, 14. Okay.
That splint vest looks fire. Oh, actually, that Queen's Bowman. No, that's Bowman.
Piercing blow armor. Some of these weapons will be good for depending on circumstances. Armor break sounds crazy. Don't need
Round helm is a
Oh,
straight
I need
upgrade
this,
for you.
good. Glaive, sturdy clip is grave. These are intelligence weapons. I mean, these are awareness weapons. This is what you gave me. This right? Wooden tower shield.
Yeah, I gave you that.
Okay.
You need to equip that.
Looking at this shit. Can I go in y'all's pockets?
You can see what we got.
I can't use it. All right. This boggling spear, I don't think I need. I saw that.
Yeah, you can get rid of that. And the sturdy crook.
And the glaive as well. I don't think you need.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sturdy crook. Get rid of that.
That hobgoblin axe go crazy for you.
Yeah, I gotta equip that one.
Yeah, you gotta equip that next turn.
I can do it right now, quick.
Yeah. You got that stool. You wanna bust it out with the stool first?
I'm gonna bust out the fucking stool. Let's see. I got a different helmet too, didn't I? Old helm. Oh, I can pick stun or daze immunity or +1 resistance as well. I'll leave what I thought on for now. Sniffle shoes, gloves, Queen's Bowman gear. Ooh. 2 armor, 10 evasion, +1 H region, +1 speed, and shock immunity. Or the splint vest, 1 speed, 1 vitality, 3 armor, and 1 resistance. Hey, I might cop the splint vest, low key. Well,
go for it, man. Do you have the money for it?
Yeah, I do.
Whatever you want, bro. That's your cash.
10 evasion or 3 armor is the question here. How much evasion do I have?
I don't think your evasion's high, bro.
I have 6 evasion.
Wait, what? You do have 6 evasion. What the fuck?
I do have 6 evasion.
That's crazy.
I could get 10 more than that. Or I can get 1 more vitality. I don't know. Wait, where's vitality?
It's your heart.
I don't know if 1 more vitality is that important though.
That would help your rolls, I think. It would go from like 83% to 84. I don't know how it works.
Low key, bro, I'm getting the evasion. Fuck it, we fall. Yeah, new fit just dropped. And I had 30 gold left over. I had a lot of money apparently. That was 49 gold I just spent. I have 30 still. So okay. I am chilling. Yo, congratulations on Ars and Just Do It getting married. I'm proud of y'all. But yeah, if you don't listen, if the Black Myth Wukong stuff on the internet does not concern you, I envy your position. If you live in the real world, because none of this shit really matters outside of that.
Atticus.
On top of that, I just don't. I'm not.
Let's go.
Dollar cap. Confused immunity. We talked about that.
We did talk about that because now you can drink them. Oh.
Yo, for you.
I'm about to be a queen's thug. I'm just about to be.
Wow. I'm taking that.
It's not the lack of women. It's how they talk about women. And
oh my god.
Women that play their game. I just don't fuck with the dev team. I'm not. Like I said, I'm not pressing niggas and I'm not fucking boycotting the game. Like I'm not going on Twitter and being like, if you play BMW, bro, you a bitch. Like I'm not doing that. I just don't fuck with the dev team like that. I don't want to be associated with them. The main point that I was making about that game is that I don't want to love that game and then stream it and then be like, I don't want to love that game, stream it and be like, man, I love this game. Man, this game. I love the combat and the visuals, and then I'm like, I don't want to be stroking. I don't want to be. I'd be like praising a bunch of
weird niggas.
Yeah, I just don't want to do that.
I feel that.
It just feel again. If anybody else plays it, is their prerogative. I don't. Like, I'm not. Again, it's not that serious. I don't care to be.
I'm saying BMW.
Not part of no movement or shit like that. Personally. I know I would feel weird if I was like, you know.
I'm just not gonna give them any money.
Exactly.
I'll be honest with you.
Exactly.
If I need to, I'm gonna steal that game.
That's my plan. I'm waiting for.
When they drop the crack.
Yeah, exactly. When they drop the crack, I'll be on that, and I'll give y'all my opinions.
It's 2012 all over again, baby.
I'll give y'all my opinions when the crack drop. But until the crack drop, I'm not playing that game.
Classic.
I do want to play it to try it out because I want to give my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But so boy, what's our current move? We're going up here to the top first.
We gotta get to Grizel.
Oh yeah, what's it? So we're going to the witch hut. Is that the area we're going to?
No, where the 2 is.
The 2. You want to do
the prison cart all the way over there.
No, so you don't want to do the witch hut? It's right there. It's right here.
Oh, I'll do that with Gimblebuck, yeah.
Okay.
Because that's an intelligence check.
Yeah, I'll just walk in that direction as we're going.
Yeah, because we're going. Oh shit.
Now, Strap, how you saying you have a crack already whenever that game ain't been cracked yet? Unless you know something that I don't.
He might know something, you know.
That's from my understanding. Stop right
shit.
there. You already entered your Farul. Oh shit.
Oh, we got the bird though. Defend.
I cracked it. I cracked it for him. What does that mean?
Oh fuck!
Lay down your arms or die by my blade.
6 resist.
Oh shit, we got twin
though.
though.
Is huge.
We got twin. We got twin. That's a big ass eagle.
Damn. Oh my god, let's go, bird. All right, I'm on Queen's Guard.
What would you like to know? Yeah, Code. If you're doing favors for Strap to do before me, then I missed out.
Yeah, he's getting mollywopped.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bleeding is crazy.
Players may have a passive ability trigger at the start of their turn.
Perks will come in handy at the right time. Believe in the heart of the perk. What does that even
Oh, it's the shit we already. So he had a passive that popped.
Okay.
Damn, that's a big damage chop, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to go chop then. fuck out this mage.
Go for it, bro.
Come here, boy. On a failed roll, I did 17.
One turn game.
Hey,
Shout out to Wild Eagle.
Hey, Zai, play that new Eminem, bro. Venom.
You got, oh my goodness, Cher. Queen's Archer boots. I'm gonna pass. Do you have those? I was thinking
No,
Zai.
I don't
Does Zai have boots?
No, I don't have boots. Neither. Well.
Oh, take them then.
Yeah.
That's 3 armor. Damn, that's mad
I'm about
armor.
to
You're
be-
tanky as shit.
I might know a homeboy will be cracking shit. Okay, but here's the thing. If your homeboy be cracking shit, the thing is like in the piracy community. Ooh,
Plus 2 talent. I'm gonna pass that to one of
you
the
have to take
bards.
it. Yeah.
That was it?
In the piracy community, there's no crack yet. So unless you're friends with fucking Gandalf himself, then I
You were friends with a nigga who made the game.
It's just like
Gandalf himself.
I'm like, how is that even possible?
I'll be honest with you. This game is playing out way easier than the first game, and that kind of
Whoa.
feels good. Oh, you getting jumped? It's pulling us all in though. We're good.
Oh, bitch, we got the box.
This one nigga. This one nigga, bro. He's.
Let's put the bird on it.
Oh my fucking god! What are you here for? What are you here for, nigga?
Bro, you just came to die.
Perish. The fuck, you bum.
Played a 34-minute ARAM. Yo, God bless.
I would end my
I
life.
would have closed my at the 20-minute mark. I'm turning my PC off. They gonna have to play without me.
Why are we still here, bro? I'd be in all chat. Oh, is all chat stopped in that game, by the way?
No.
All chat's not gone yet?
No.
I heard rumors that it was. Oh, alluring pools.
What do we
So,
have here?
Teleportation.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's sick. Nah, all shit. I was playing
Look at
today.
this big nigga.
I was talking shit. What the fuck? That was a God of War monster. Baldur's Gate 3 does not have crossplay, no. I don't know if, are they 18? Oh, we're inspired? What the fuck is that?
Re-experience. Yo, this setup is crazy.
Wait, so what does leveling up do?
It increases our. I don't know actually. I'm gonna Google that.
Is it just general stats or plus?
Yeah, maybe. For the king
We ain't like,
2, leveling up.
I ain't missing no points to inspect.
When you level up, you get more hit points, and you get healed to full.
Oh, that makes sense. That's why I have 62 HP now. Because, yeah, I am. Oh, you want to fight him?
Oh, we could beat his ass. I don't give a fuck. I'm with it. Who's he pulling in is the question.
Look, it's a friendly resistance camp. Should head there while you're on the run if you can. Oh shit.
Okay, we could make a pit stop.
He's pulling.
He's not.
in-
He's only pulling this one nigga.
Hobgoblin
Marauder.
I ain't worried about it. You niggas win.
Oh, he's got 4 niggas.
Hey.
I'm with it. We got 5. Oof. Going for it. 42.
Let's go!
Hey! I can't lie to you. I really I like this game a lot.
This game was cool as fuck. Chat, I don't know
I'm
how y'all
having a
feel
good
about
fucking
this,
time.
but I'm really enjoying this game.
I'm really having a good fucking time.
This is very fun. Okay. They're the same on both sides.
Damn. One of them is in like a defensive spot though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do.
Oh, oh shit. It's because there's a tank in front of him. Because look on ours field too. We have the same thing. Because you're in front of Atticus, so he has the armor from that. Oh, that's gas.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now I have 12 armor because of that.
Oh my god, bro.
So the thing is, these guys all have high resist. The soldiers have less. Which is main too. I could buff us. It only buff. I'd have to move first, bro. Buff thing. Okay.
It would only buff 2 of them.
Yeah. I'm just gonna play a song.
Okay. Still a shit ton of damage.
On a failed roll. Let's go.
This bird is godlike. B sharp is only gonna hit 15, but if I power chord, I'll just buff me and you.
Okay.
Power chord.
Yeah, because Baldur's Gate does have cross progression already, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I'm sure cross will come in the future. I mean, I know they're working. Oh, I'm about.
Oh yeah,
I'm about to be a monster.
My bird. I'll beat the shit out you niggas.
Until then, unlike that fucking Sony dick riding robot. Code, why do you
Yo,
hate Ash robots
chill
so
out.
much?
Look at that
my
chop.
damage now.
Look at that chop.
I'm putting a point in it just to get us out of here.
Who you killing, bro?
Yo, ooh, actually, I can. If I roll this right, I can one-shot this soldier, but he has high armor.
Wait,
Right.
you have because there's the action move, right? So you can taunt and attack.
Is this a? Oh, you're right.
We've never done that.
So I can get
Because I
your-
see over your name on the action bar, like that whole drop down, there's like the diamond and the square.
And I should do that because that way I have the higher.
Uh.
I'm gonna taunt him, right? Why does taunt general?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
that's gas.
So now they're okay, and then I'm gonna bet. Okay, bet.
This is hard. This is gonna get you
I'm
sick.
gonna work on this mage since she has no armor.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm gonna kill this soldier just to get him out of here. Let's go, Zai. Nigga, Zai went from being a bitch to bird. Me. Ow. You're immune. I miss this one.
Thank you for blocking.
Yeah, I got you. Bird.
Oh, bird, come on, man.
Came out of focus.
I
Oh
need
shit!
more.
Hold on. Let me stay like right here.
Oh, the bleed from the bird.
dead.
Nigga, you're dead.
Bro, sit down.
Relax.
This is fun to watch. I'm glad this is fun to watch for some of y'all.
Oh, that bird hitting you.
I don't think that. Okay. Who's going next? Oh, Zai's going next. Okay, since Zai's going next, I'm gonna melee to do damage on the full health one, and Zai can finish off the small one.
Smart.
Oh my
Ooh.
god. I almost.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, Zai can go for the 3 HP one.
Yeah, I get the safer one be the lower health one.
Yeah.
Right.
No shot.
Ow,
Oh, we're
man.
getting.
Hey, over
Good
here.
distract. Good distract.
Ow,
Oh my god.
man.
You are definitely tanking. Let's go, Pidgey.
What my job is. Nice. Did this nigga die, bro?
That's a lot of money.
That's huge.
I'm gonna pass it because I have 103 on this one.
Shit.
You can just take it off.
Taking that shit. I'm rich, chat.
Ooh.
20% XP modifier. This is strength based too. I'm gonna just take it. And maybe I'll give. Maybe if there's a situation where Zai needs some melee, I can just give him that.
Yeah, true.
Cause Zai got more. Zai got more strength than me.
That's a crazy kid. Yo, Busker go hard, bro.
Busker low-key busted.
Do you need a heal?
Yeah.
I can get Gimbal to pop a heal.
Balvin definitely does. I'll keep Zai like in the vicinity just so we can all.
Yeah, keep everybody like in this area.
Yeah.
And then I'll move Gimbal over to pop a heal.
Arsene has my account. Yo, chat. Can we say W marriage for Arsene and Mr. Just Do It? They're game sharing now. I don't even game share it. Well, I don't game share on PS5 with nobody.
Perfect. Amazing heal.
Hey Zai, hey Jace, why'd you say nah, man? That's kind of weird.
All right, we're in the zone.
It's raining, it's pouring. Your mother's out there whoring.
Get her ass.
Wait, where are we going next? We going to this camp or we going to this fight?
We get the camp.
Okay.
I'm done at the camp.
Hey guys.
What's
What?
this? I see. Oh, you got it? Go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it.
No, that's yours.
Nah, twin. I guess it.
What's this I see? A fellow resistance member. Running away from the Queen's Guard, eh? The lads and I are used to it. Feel free to rest up and peruse the wares if you need. Ooh.
Whoa.
What's a scoundrel valve? Those shits look like ass compared to what you got.
No, this is really good.
We need. Where's our chaos meter? I can't see that anywhere.
I don't. I can't see it right now. No, I don't know. Extra life. I don't need any of these shits. These are all. This is not. This dude. 17 evasion. 6 speed.
Wait, that scoundrel? What the fuck are these?
Yeah, dude, these are crazy armor pieces. Steel immunity and confuse immunity, 3 talents, 7% crit chance. Gold
That scoundrel vest is fucking bananas.
I think we should get that.
That scoundrel vest is literally fucking bananas, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
Nah, that's not a question.
I got you.
That's crazy. What does Zai have on?
Zai has on nothing.
Dog. Neither does Fats.
I think only Balvin has armor. I think Balvin is the only one with clothes.
I got this rusty talent ring. Oh, I gotta pass it to somebody.
Who do we give this to? I guess Gimblebach. I think he's the squishiest of all of us. Zai has 11 evasion and 3 armor. Gimblebach has 6 evasion and 1 armor.
Yeah, okay. I think that's a good call.
Yeah.
And also 48 HP on them.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'll give it to him whenever we're closer to each other.
I got you. I'm also gonna give this talent ring. Gotta do that too. Good roll. Let me do that real quick. Rusty talent ring, give the Fats.
But yeah, to wrap up the Blacksmith conversation, I will be whenever the crack hits the internet, bro. I will be playing that shit for sure.
Alright, there we go.
But I think that after watching gameplay, I'm not gonna shit on the game because I think presentation and visually it's gorgeous. They have some crazy set pieces. But I think that the visuals are kind of carrying that game. I'll just say that much.
Alright. Nothing left the resistance camp.
The combat looks extremely simple. You know what it is? It's niggas
This is a big fight.
It's niggas that are blasting that game to be like game of the year shit. I think that game looks like a solid 7 or 8 out of 10, which is fine. That's a really good game.
I think we should fight this hobgoblin warlock, because he only brings in 2 people.
Oh, I see what you're
But
saying.
like this one, the butcher brings in like 5.
Yeah, we fight this guy first, and then we fight the other guys afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Okay.
Yeah, they really worked on this shit. This is a fantastic sequel, man.
Oh, we had a portal. We could travel all the way to the bottom again.
Oh, sick. 7
HP. Okay. I don't think that
Ancient ruins. You come across the ruins of some ancient structure. There's an uneasy stillness in the air. Fights minus experience. I'm popping. Popping 2. Yeah, I didn't trust that.
Bro, stop. Nigga, y'all better stop calling that game BMW. Quit being lazy. Just call it Wukong.
It's really not that hard, man.
Just call it Wukong, bro. Please stop.
I'm thinking you niggas are talking about a car.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's not an acronym that I can live with.
All right, let's get it. These niggas ain't got it. They don't know about King's Eye, bro.
They have no idea about King's Eye and
And
Wild
the
Eagle.
pigeon, bro. The big pigeon. Actually, hold on. Let me move 1 foot over, and then I can get this power cord.
I think
to make King's Eye go crazy.
Easy Sword. That game, to get the true visual fidelity on broadcast, you'd have to have the AV. What is AV1? The AV1 encoding, because that game is a very visually it's the fidelity is where it shines at.
Yeah, you gotta buy that on console if you're gonna do it.
Come here. Damn, that is nothing. I should have hit the warlock.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, the Ray coming out.
Gotcha.
Blasted. Shred his shit, bro.
He better get his shit shredded, twin. You on a fail roll.
Pigeon, get him.
No way the bird whiffed. Carl, please don't. I only have like 5 viewers right now. Don't shoot everybody.
Eagle! Oh my god. My pigeon.
Don't worry, he did.
Yeah. Alright, chair. Crooked wand.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Random corny moment. I'm so glad you go live some nights. Y'all are a blast. So glad I met this community through Bronze.
That's really nice.
See, I love that. I love when people that find me through people like Bronze and people that are not like in other communities that are not like, you know, similar to mine. It makes me feel good when we can mesh, because I get worried that we're a little too maniacal. I think I get a little concerned. What do you mean by that? I mean that we talk in 7 TV emotes. And I tell y'all to kill yourselves. Crooked, we can spell that.
Definitely sell that. We don't have any real mages.
Wait, say that again.
Actually, let me see what this item looks like on Gimblebach. Healing Rod gives 1 speed and gives party heal, but she already has party heal as a passive.
Right. I can give you the.
So I think giving her some magic item would be better. Yeah.
Oh, what else I was gonna give? I got something else for you, right? The Scoundrel Vest. Oh, you bet.
Oh yeah.
You bet. Love.
Everybody breathe.
Should we refer to no, Mr. Just Do It? We're not calling it. Just call it Wukong. It's not hard.
Oh, yo, Gimblebach's crazy now.
It's really not. Oh, I haven't even equipped that shield yet.
Oh yeah, do that. Yeah. Do everything now. What I will say is, the name Gimblebach comes from Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh really?
So you know when you first get Lae'zel down and you go over to the crypt where Withers is?
Yes.
Remember when you knock on the door to get in? He's like, Gimblebach, is that you?
That's so crazy.
So saying Gimblebach is mad funny to me.
That's a crazy callback.
I play a lot of Baldur's Gate.
We should play that soon.
I just bought it for Kelly because she
Oh, that's good.
I gave her my old computer, so she's like, I have no clue how to fucking play this. I'm like, trying to make the perfect gamer wife.
Bro, you're about to. I gave Gimblebach a queen hat as well.
Oh, sick. Oh yeah, everybody got the hat on now, bro. We gang.
We are definitely gang.
Look at the fucking pictures, bro.
Look at we all got chat. Look at the portraits.
Whose turn is it?
It's mine. Oh, it's George. Sfaticus, sorry. I'm looking at my inventory right
No,
now.
top left it says.
Oh, it's
Zai,
probably me. It's Zai. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm just in the inventory right now. Organizing.
Weathered Runestone is a mine check. I'm gonna walk over there.
I think. What is? Zai has no armor. Do I have extra armor to give him?
Speaking of movies, I don't know how much y'all are interested in it, but Longlegs, which was one of my favorite movies this year, comes out on streaming today. Like, it's already out right now.
Oh,
so.
really? I want to watch that.
So you can buy it. Not on streaming. You can buy it. So I bought it. I'm gonna stream that shit on Discord. Like, I love that movie.
I want to watch. Hey, bro, come stream it on my Discord.
I can do that. I have no problem doing that.
Come pull up, bro. We be in there.
Put a time, and I'll do it.
We be there watching. We're actually watching Blade. We have a crazy this Sunday, bro. Crazy double feature in the Discord. We're doing All In the morning, and then an hour intermission, and we're watching 2049 Blade Runner, because we watched the OG Blade Runner last week.
Oh damn!
I
still gotta watch that.
I am educating my chat onto my personality and why I'm the way that I am. And Blade Runner last week OG, and then 2049 this Sunday after watching All In for 5 hours.
Markets, guilds, and quests have been refreshed. Will we get pulled in on this? I don't think so.
It's Gimblebach's turn.
What we have here, Sanctus will protect the care from death, but are destroyed in the process.
Music Fest, did you watch that movie because of me? Or did you just watch it because?
Damn, dude. Gimblebach. Level 3.
I'll leave my army after I say this. Say one verse. Damn, nigga.
You got no roll, man. I'm sorry. No motion.
Healing, though. Oh, speaking of healing. Oh, no, we're fine. Never mind. Look at the Ars, I haven't even beat Ghost of Tsushima, so I can't even imagine.
That's to the north. A dark carnival.
A dark
Entries
carnival.
granted only to those who possess a carnival ticket. Oh, I ain't got that.
Me either, bro. Nibbler? The fuck?
Hey, yo.
Okay. 15%. That's crazy. I hate niggas like Arsene. So real. We boxing, right?
Yeah, we gotta fight though.
Oh damn! All right, boys. That bird don't be thinking.
It's a lot of goblins.
That bird be like, they have no resistance though at all.
That works.
But what sucks is that you're gonna go and then they all go.
Aha, true.
Nice. Oh, nice. That's actually smart. Weave.
God damn.
Right. All right. Let's.
This is how I pop them all, bro.
Hey Zai, play that shit, bro. Hey, hey Zai, you know the one. You know the one. Oh, he has failed every roll or every second roll he's done, and he's still killed people every time. Gamble.
Oh yeah.
Is that the wand?
Yes, it is.
God damn.
Yeah, bro, we out here. Chop a nigga down like a motherfucking lawnmower. Y'all wasn't around for that. I don't get that, youngest.
This guy's lower health, but I feel like I can if I roll the maximum on this, I can kill this guy. And the bird go next. Fuck it, bro. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my fucking Christ.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Nice.
Yeah, this is a crazy.
Not the bird. No!
He's dead. It literally said Wild Eagle has left the party. Nigga has left the earth.
Oh shit!
Nigga has left the earth, bro.
They done killed my nigga, boy.
They done killed my nigga, boy.
What the fuck?
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
Chat, they done killed the bird, man.
Goblin blade.
Oh
shit.
I have a
Identify.
Wait,
Identify.
Hold on, what the fuck is this, bro?
Hello?
I hit the identify button, Fats, but nothing's happening.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, not
Don't do
now.
this to us.
Don't do this right. Wait. I heard sounds go off.
What's going on, man?
No, are we dead?
Can you press anything else?
No, I'm pressing everything. Nothing's happening. No.
No shot.
Is the run cooked?
And I can't even press anything. Oh my, we gotta wait. It's unlocked. We're just talking now. We're just talking till it works.
All right, yeah, but
God damn, no way.
It's gonna work, but it just takes so be yeah, like
Cannot believe they killed my nigga, boy.
Just to clarify, I don't think Wukong combat looks bad. It does look fun. The game looks fun. I'm not a liar. I'm a hater, I'm not a liar. But again, it's definitely a game that I have to play before I give an honest opinion on it, on the combat. Like, I can only go by what I see. And from what I've seen, it definitely looks more in line with a traditional hack and slash game, with a little bit more depth to it. A little bit more depth to it. Kind of like a, I don't even know what to compare it to. Not Souls combat though, definitely not. There's some.
Oh my goodness, Balvin.
Yes.
I just found a thread that says, "Don't use identify scrolls on chests. It will hard lock your entire game, and you'll have to start over." This has been a bug in this game for almost a year.
No fucking way.
Yeah, we got L. Yeah, I'll put an F in the chat, bro. This sucks. It's a perfect time to end because it's like 2 a.m. and I got work tomorrow, but I'm still kind of mad. This run was fucking beautiful, by the way.
This run was Gimblebach, Balvin, Lord Faticus, and King's Eye were cooking.
King's Eye was going ballistic, by the way.
Bro.
Can't believe this.
That's the life of a roguelike, bruh.
It is what it is.
Man. Hey, bro, thank you for buying me this
All right.
game.
I'm gonna alt F4. I'm gonna see if we still got our pieces at least.
Hold on, yeah. Hit the button, bro. Would you alt F4 yet?
I did.
Bro, I'm still in the...
No, it's frozen.
Yeah, it's gonna make you reconnect if I don't leave, I don't think.
Oh, let's see what happens.
Because it says it's trying to make you reconnect.
Let's see what happens if I do, man. Who knows?
Chat.
That'd be great.
They done fucked us, bro. I should have just
After that pigeon died.
I should have just picked the fucking block. Bro.
That is not our fault, man. We didn't know.
We really didn't. How is that? If that's a bug in the game for the host quit. Okay.
Yeah, it's dead.
So like,
but we got our books. So now you can go to the lore store.
So we can't continue that campaign.
It's dead. There's a lot of classes to unlock.
Wait, I have the save file.
Wait, what? You do?
Load game.
Are you serious?
I'm dead ass. Wait, hold on. Look at my stream, bro.
There's no way. Is the game saved? All right, bro. Invite.
They're alive!
Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, wait. So hold on. I did load up through single player, and I had to save.
Oh, I have load game.
Oh, so you have it too then?
Oh my god, I have load game. All right, I'm inviting you. Oh my fucking god.
You know what's cool though, chat? I joined Fats in his lobby, but I have the save on my end too. So if he were to leave, I could just keep playing on my own with our characters in a separate save file. That's actually really fucking cool that lets you do that.
I'm really shocked that it saved. I thought it was cooked.
It's saved before the fight, so we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sick. All right. Let's see. Invite player. Oh.
I'm already in here, bro. I joined our team.
Bro was already locked.
Chat, we're so back. We're so back.
I can't believe this. That's amazing. That's amazing. They need to fix that fucking bug.
I'm saying they gotta fix that bug. I'm gonna cry, bro. I was like, not Gimblebach and King's Eye, man. The dynamic fucking duo. Yeah, it was right before the fight, literally.
Okay, perfect.
Cause
King's Eye. Am I King's Eye now?
Oh wait a minute.
I think I am.
Oh fuck! Did it reverse us?
It shouldn't have. How do you check that?
I can't move.
Party management. Got it. Got it.
I'm nobody.
There you go. We're good. It's got the Baldur's Gate 3 joint. We're good. Hell yeah. All right.
Chat, running this back from the top. Fuck niggas. We back.
You're not.
Dormammu.
You're not identifying.
Dormammu.
We can save the bird.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
We can save the bird, bro. We can save him.
Are we only playing this because Easy Tour recommended this game? And then you were like, wait, that game is fun.
Yes. Whoever recommended it made me want to buy it.
Easy Tour members. This stream is because of you, twin. I'm gonna be playing this game on crank. I'm gonna get this on my Steam Deck.
Oh, I am too, bro.
This gotta be a Steam Deck classic.
Oh, Bloodbath.
I got
show what that shit.
I got a 4-hour flight next week. It's gonna save my life.
For blood.
Nah, damn.
No crit this time, but it's fine.
TK Breezy on Tekken 8. Man, get on for the king, TK.
He's not gonna play this shit.
Get on the game, bro.
This is not for him.
I know it's not. Oh my god.
He said, you did a reload, fuck nigga?
They hurt. Every nigga said, you won't say the bird, right? This bird?
Oh, this nigga? He dead. Oh, yeah, hold that.
Wait, Mr. Just Do It. How did you get a code to send me when you? What did you buy the show on the black market? Because you sent me a code. Like,
This nigga got the ancient technology.
dude, that move is
Yeah, bro.
unfucking real. Oh, my nigga Faticus.
Oh yeah, chop that nigga down like a motherfucker. In honor of our pigeon. 52
Is
gold.
this the same gold? That's nice.
And the Goblin Blade again.
That's new.
That's new. So it changed.
So no
Where's
chest
this
this time, you wonder?
This is a fucking
The fucking
perfect weapon.
Boomerang.
I'm gonna.
This is really
I'm
cool.
gonna. Oh wait, no. There's 3 party evasion on the other thing. I'm gonna still do it. I'm gonna equip it.
And whoa.
Hobgoblin machete.
7 to 18 damage, has a bleed strike and a heavy strike. Okay, I'm gonna take this. This is cool.
All right, do not just open that bitch.
This nigga said, I
If
bet
we
you
die,
can
we die.
identify a chest this time. No, I can't. Yo, Fats, I had a golden Kappa train 4 minutes into my stream today.
And you didn't say nothing? I got.
What do you mean?
I ain't even got a golden kappa yet.
Oh, I'm
bro.
sorry. That was my first time ever getting a golden Kappa ever,
That's
bro.
still very fucking cool.
I was literally 5 minutes into my stream.
That's
We got a
very
hype
cool.
train. Yo, chat, you got the golden Kappa, brother? Yeah, look at the golden Kappa. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to get y'all banned, bro.
Wait. All right. Lockpick. Chat, we just changed
Open up,
reality.
nigga.
We just changed reality.
Dormammu.
$20.
Wait.
Ooh, stun him.
That's an upgrade.
Thank you. Oh, it
Purifies
purifies
your-
in temporary immune. Nigga got the microdose.
Yo.
That's a big bitch.
It's stuck.
Iron. This probably could sell well.
Hobgoblin
Ooh,
gauntlets.
2
I don't
damage?
use attacks. I'm gonna pass.
It's not better than mine, but I'll take it though. Wait, yeah, I'm taking it. Wukong is 40 smackies on my site. Oh, so you just like use CD keys or some shit. I figured.
All right, we have to.
I'm not buying that game, but thank you though.
I would say yeah, devote. That way, if he dies again, we're good to go.
King Zai, King Zai is the main character. All right?
Honestly,
King Zai is the protagonist.
ever since that bisexual bomb hit, it's been different.
The bisexual bomb did change you forever.
All right, yeah, tap in on the cart. We fucking them up now.
Prison card. All right, chat.
Oh, nigga.
Wait, I wasn't paying
Whoa.
attention.
They're level 3. Go around, bro.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, right.
Nigga.
Right.
Oh, it's a haunted windmill. I was wondering if I'd have to rescue. Oh, that's your voice. That's your.
I was wondering if I had to rescue myself. Glad you showed up.
Your friend's arrivals only seals your fate alongside yours.
Oh,
well armored cart. All right, you ready?
Yeah. Wait, we all here?
We all here.
All right.
Except for the bird. R.I.P. my nigga.
Bisexual Afro-Dominican killing people by playing Logic and Twink. That's a crazy Dungeons and Dragons character. All right, chat. We can make this the last fight because it's gonna be a big one.
Oh my god, it is.
Yeah.
120 health.
120 health is crazy.
So this column attack. I get this row. Oh, that's pretty cool.
All right, Zai, play that shit. Well,
Play that funky music.
I might give us
Afro-Dominican.
defense.
You might have to go for the Queen Soldier, or Queen's Ranger. Unless you want to try the Captain.
I think I'm gonna chip the captain down. 'Cause I'm a single target. Andy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wow.
No way.
Still 14 damage.
14?
That's how
You're
broken.
smoking
That's
crack.
how broken this nigga is, man.
Bloodbath.
Nice.
There you go. Good distract. W distract. Oh no.
That's a lot of tile.
Oh,
We're all immune to that.
ain't nobody wet here.
All right.
Chop a nigga down.
I'm about to smack this ranger because that's why I got to probably move first, I think. Fight me!
Armor up
I
neighbors.
can't. I can't smack him, so I won't armor up neighbors. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, it's just. It's
No,
fine.
I'm gonna armor smash. Armor smash this guy, and hopefully, I'm perfect. It'll
You got focuses too.
decrease his armor by 15.
Good call.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Yeah, and I crit him. Oh yeah.
Oh.
He won.
Oh! Atticus, rest in piss. Brother.
Hey.
Brother, this might be the end of the run anyway.
This might be the end of the run. Oh God.
They killed my nigga. They done killed my.
All right, I'm bringing you back, bro. We need Atticus back. And you can go too, which is pretty cool. Peace out, Burger. Good night, friend. You should probably heal with Gimblebot, bro.
Oh wait, hold on. I can't. He doesn't have any fucking heal things.
I can't give you anything.
We can't open anything here. All right, we gotta make this happen.
R.I.P. Twin. Big damage. What are y'all doing? Hit me. Bro, leave my niggas. Hey, over here! Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Okay. I might have to armor up neighbors.
Might have to fucking taunt.
I will taunt. No, I definitely will taunt. They all looking at me now, yo. This guy has
get that captain, bro.
He has no armor still. Yeah. Wait, what's this? Armor smash does more to do. No, that's too much. Good shit. Yeah, hit me. I dare you. Weak ass nigga. Lord Atticus, do your worst. Take down that captain. Or heal.
Hey, nigga.
Now take down that captain.
Oh my God, not enough. Oh no.
Hit me. Is that all you've got?
That's literally only 16. He's a bump. Kill that captain, bro.
Zai, play that shit, nigga. Woo!
Oh, he fucking exploded, bro.
No, it's not. Let's do it. I'll keep streaming.
Come on, no.
Hit me! Oh, I'll die for my brothers.
Wait, you have that full heal. Fire soak.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Is that all you've got? Queen's Mage, take this! Lord Atticus, do your worst!
Shut up, man.
That ball just gave 350 for the move mountains.
Perish.
Bro did his worst. Hit me!
You are actually God mode, bro.
Zai, play that shit!
Holy fucking shit. The bloodbath is here.
Perish, fool!
Oh, chop that nigga down.
Come here, fuck nigga! Bang!
Mad money.
You get to share that. That's good across the Queen's sword. Taking that.
Queen's longbow. That's a. Why is Gimblebot the ultimate character, bro?
I don't know, bro. He getting everything. Queen's.
The novice hat again.
Bro, we don't need no more of these.
That's money. Yo. What's thorn damage?
If they hit you, it's gonna probably do damage back. That's probably
7 resist?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna equip this.
Yeah, 4 thorn means that if you get hit, you do 4 damage back to them every time.
Perfect.
Thanks for pulling me out of that one. I played with fire, but that was getting a bit too hot. I think we're due for introductions. My name is Grizel. I've been working with the Resistance to push back Rosamund. It's safe to say we're not welcome around these parts. Let's get out of here before more guards show up. All right, let's call it right there.
I think that's
a
good
good
save
finale.
button. Save and quit. Save and quit. Perfect.
W. Yo, W fucking game, man. That was a lot of fun, bro. That was a lot of fucking fun, Fast. Thank you for buying it for me, number one. But thank you for playing, bro. That was a lot of fun.
Dog, that shit was. Man, that was a good fucking time. This game slaps.
Yeah, that was god.
I'm going to the lore store, see what I can buy real quick.
I saw a bunch of niggas in there. It's a bunch of stuff you can buy.
Oh my god, there's stuff you have to unlock from doing prerequisites too.
Chat,
There's traits you can get.
For the King 2, I'll say it. Game's a fucking banger, man. I recommend that game heavily if you want, like, especially for like an RPG game that's like non-committal. That is so much fun.
It's a nigga named Rizzo that we could have as a fucking follower. A mercenary.
That is so much fun, man.
Good ass time.
Thank you, bro. Chat,
right.
Thank you, Fats.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Good night, gamers.
Bye. Bye, man. He did the voice, guys. Oh, man. All right. Hey, chat. What's next? I don't know what is next. Oh, I got follow botted. I got follow botted while we were playing that shit. It was only like a 20 people though. That's a weak ass follow bot. Kind of. I'm not gonna poke the bear though. I'm not gonna ask for a. I'm not gonna ask him to spin back. Okay. I will figure out what we're doing next. Or maybe I mean, I don't know, man. Kind of a chill night. I feel like a lot of people aren't here. I don't want to do that much good content. Yo, just do it. Why are you pointing out my numbers, bro? Yo, player tip, chat. Player tip. Don't point out a streamer's numbers whenever they go down, please. That is like the worst thing you could possibly do. That's like the worst thing you could possibly do. I've been live for 5 hours already. I low-key just could call it right here and stream again tomorrow. And maybe not be live until 8 o'clock in the morning again. Yeah, I think that's the play. Or what, guys? Or what? Or what? Or why are you guys all typing or? You can do truck sim? No, I can't do truck sim. My wheel is not set up right now. Okay, chat, hear me out. 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 Rant about Grums. I don't think anyone. No, I won't say that. I want to save the Grums rant for a larger audience. Tonight is a little bit of a chiller night. I have seen the Phantom Blade Zero gameplay. That game looks really good. I have seen Mouse PI for Hire. That game does also look really cool. Actually, I didn't see all of the Phantom Blade Zero gameplay. I did see a bit of it, though. I did see a bit of it. Some late night League of Legends. Now, don't tempt me, boy. Don't tempt me, boy. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me now. Nah, okay. No, for real, chat. I think League will be fire. Hop on lol. Y'all just want me to stay live to manage the voices in your head. That's all that y'all want. Y'all want me to stay live just to keep the voices in your head nullified. All right, chat. Hear me out. 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 I'm gonna end stream now. Okay. And I will just stream again tomorrow. And we'll have more people in here. I'll go live earlier. Arse. If you need clips for TikTok, just check my clips. There is so much content. There is so much content. No, I will stream tomorrow. No, I'm 100%. Look at me. I'm not. Wow, guys. I stream too much now to lie. I stream too much now to lie about streaming. Like, I understand the worry of me saying that last year, because, you know, I might go away for a week and I come back. No. Me when I lie. Okay. So, chat. I could end stream right now and never come back. Would you rather that? So you have two options here. You can get off my dick and come to stream tomorrow, or keep annoying me and I don't stream at all. What do you got? What option are we? What are we Okay. So tomorrow we stream again after SmackDown. After I watch SmackDown, I'm going to go live and we're going to stream. I also just accidentally yo, all right, I'm in the stream, y'all. I'm in the stream. I'm raiding somebody. Go say hi. Go say hi, because I accidentally just knocked. She probably confused as fuck right now. I accidentally knocked. Yo, go say what's up to Sachi, bro. Because I knocked on her stream by accident. Go say hi. Go say hi. I'll see y'all tomorrow.